my friend, my mentor, my fraternity brother, a great Omega man, Tommy Dortch, who does so much for our community, our people, and our culture. The thing that makes Tommy great is that he is always standing up for black people, even when it's not popular. Tommy still stands, whether it's with 100 Black Men, whether it's being a phenomenal businessman, or whether it's as the founder of the National Historic Black College and University Alumni Hall of Fame. Tommy, man, I can go on and on about you. My heart is filled just being in your presence yet again. Please give a great round of applause for Tommy Dortch. Tommy does so much. There's so many people. And he just goes about it as if it's just normal. So necessarily, we don't really say much about it. But we expect it from Tommy. I know this, we have a serious business to do on this panel, and we're going to get this business with these serious individuals. But can you do me a favor? Do the universe a favor. And give Tommy Dortch the respect and admiration he so rightly deserves.
Tommy Dortch, man, we love you, brother. And I can't imagine, I mean, your schedule is more intense than mine, and you get it done, and we can measure it. And I want to thank you so much for your mentorship and support of the National Business League.
Good morning. Welcome to the 5th Annual Sustainability Summit for HBCUs. We are so happy to see all of your beautiful faces assembled here today and assume that you are a choir of the willing. You are among the individuals who know, understand, and respect the importance and the value of historically black colleges. And the point of the summit, which incidentally was Tommy's idea 5 years ago at a 100 Black Men conference, we were on a panel together and he looked over and said, what do you think about us creating a summit where all the HBCUs, public and private, come together under one umbrella and talk about meaningful strategies to sustain HBCUs into the future?
And it's incredibly important that we continue to do this, where we can have business input, we can have university input, we can have economic input. How do we drive the future to make tomorrow's success for our children today?
It's so important that we work together because we value HBCUs, and so each year when we come together, we want to make sure, one, we bring to you corporate and foundation leaders, philanthropists, but more importantly for you to come together and work hand in hand. There's a lot that we can get done by having investors, but there's so much more that you can do working together.
Investments today will ensure capacity building, education and development, and competitiveness for not only minoritized populations, but for our country more broadly. An investment in HBCUs is an investment in America.
You all are the hope for a better America with all of our children. Get to have an equal opportunity at life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And it was because of you we got these landmark historic legal victories, because you allowed your students to stand up and speak truth to power for Brianna, who was like them, a college student. She was only 3 semesters away from getting her nursing degree.
What we're teaching our kids now is to go to college to create a job for yourself. And so with that, HBCUs can be in the forefront of entrepreneurial excellence, entrepreneurial training, and creating ecosystems that support local black businesses in the community so that we can circulate that $1.7 trillion that goes out of our hands to somebody else. We'll start there.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Eric Nettles, and I'm with Xerox Corporation. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to our 5th annual National Summit for Sustainability at HBCUs. I bring to you Dr. Rosalind Clark Artis, President of Benedict College and Summit Co-Chair, Dr. Thomas W. Dortch Jr., Chairman of the 100 Black Men of America, Inc., and National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame Foundation, and Summit Co-Chair. Again, welcome. If you need anything, please let your hosts know. Thank you and enjoy yourselves.
Well, good morning. Welcome to the 5th Annual Sustainability Summit for HBCUs. We are so happy to see all of your beautiful faces assembled here today and assume that you are a choir of the willing. You are among the individuals who know, understand, and respect the importance and the value of historically black colleges. We, as in Mr. Thomas W. Dortch, and I, are very pleased to have you here today.
And of course, for me to be able to be anywhere with this great lady is a pleasure. I think she's one of our phenomenal leaders, has made a difference. And so we've been working for months to try and make sure that we gave you a gathering, a summit that you can take home that will make a difference. It's so important that we work together because we value HBCUs. And so each year when we come together, we want to make sure, one, we bring to you corporate and foundation leaders, philanthropists, but more importantly for you to come together and work hand in hand. There's a lot that we can get done by having investors, but there's so much more that you can do working together. And so with alumni, with administrators who are here and presidents and chancellors, we want to continue doing this. As we all know, Dr. Artis, that soon the CARES money is going away. But we want to be here and be strong after CARES, and you've survived so well. So with that, it is an honor and a pleasure being a graduate of the Fort Valley State University. A graduate of Clark Atlanta University, CAU first. As you may know, W.B. Du Bois, all of his work that was done on the campus of Clark Atlanta University, and James Weldon Johnson did Lift Every Voice and Sing, and then being a trustee at also one of the greatest universities too, in Florida A&M University, and a trustee at now North Carolina Central State of Ohio, and of course CAU. So I'm there, and all of my children have gone because I bleed HBCUs, and 2 grandsons are at the Fort Valley State University right now. So I say that to simply say to each of you, we need you strong. You got to keep the doors open so our children have alternatives, but more importantly, they can get the very best education that's available anywhere in the world.
You know, I'm beginning to feel some kind of way up here. You've listed, Clark Atlanta and Florida A&M and the Fort Valley State.
I'm waiting for an honorary doctorate degree to go to the 5 so I can come on and write my check. I'll write my check for good. He already used help the other day. Beating up everybody in football now.
We're trying. But it's all love among HBCUs. Every HBCU represented in this room is a valuable member of the HBCU family. We're happy that each of you has taken time away from your busy schedules to come here to collaborate, to ideate, to listen, and to learn. And the point of the summit, which incidentally was Tommy's idea 5 years ago at a 100 Black Men conference, We were on a panel together, and he looked over and said, "What do you think about us creating a summit where all the HBCUs, public and private, come together under one umbrella and talk about meaningful strategies to sustain HBCUs into the future?" Well, the response was, "I will work for you." Actually, I do. I do work. And as a result of that, now for the last 5 years, I've had the joy of collaborating at 0:30 in the morning on planning for this summit. And we're really happy to see your faces because we have been, of course, in COVID for the last couple of years. So as Peaches and Herb say, reunited and it feels so good. So we hope that you will not only enjoy your meal, but that you will get some spiritual food out of being here for the next 2 days, that you will hear, listen, and learn something, that you will share something with your neighbors, that you will pick up business cards, digital or otherwise, for those of you who are new in the 21st century, but that you'll make a new friend, make a new connection, and take something home to your campus that can be of value. I think that's been Tommy's vision all along, that this not just be a gathering, this not just be a conference, but it be an opportunity to really learn something new, establish new relationships, engage with our foundations and our philanthropic community in meaningful ways that will sustain your campuses into the future. So with that, I will stop babbling and simply say welcome. It is so good to see all of you.
And we want to thank Dr. Larry Robinson, who's been one of our leaders on the planning committee and the president of Florida A&M University, Dr. Robinson. Dr. Quentin Ross is taking care of a little business, but he has a whole team that will be joining us from Alabama State University. The United Negro College Fund has been part of the team all 5 years. We have the chairman of the board, of course, Milton Jones, who's here. Harry Johnson, I don't know if Harry's in the room, who is the head of the Thurgood Marshall Fund. And we also have the 100 Black Men of America and the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame and NAFIA. So it's been a team effort because all of these organizations have worked tirelessly to make sure that these institutions stay strong and the doors are open. So we thank all of our co-hosts and planning committee and that phenomenal staff from all of the organizations that have worked with us. So with that.
And our sponsors.
Oh, yes. Now, our sponsors and our investors, I tell you, we couldn't do it without them. And you saw the board that lists all of them, and look in your books, you'll find a little bit more about some of those individuals. We can't say enough about these great institutions. As you see the workshops and the sessions we have, even from Keepers of the Promise and all, it's about those who make promises, keep them, but more importantly, these great institutions, we could not in this nation have the progress that we have without our corporate and our foundation and our philanthropic community. So we thank each and every one of the investors. And by the way, a little special treat this evening, you'll see a special presentation. Bethune-Cookman was hit pretty hard by the hurricanes. And so we have a special presentation that will be made this evening. But with that, Dr. Artis, you know, again, anywhere I can be with you is an honor.
Likewise.
And count me in, and don't beat up on us so bad next year.
We're doing the best we can. Thank you all for being here.
As we start this opening session, we have a treat. It is an honor for me because I get to introduce my mentee, my fraternity brother, and a man who, as we all know, when we lost Johnny Cochran, folks said, well, who's next? And this young man has been really good over the years. He holds his own position in the annals of law and justice. You know, there's only one Johnny Cochran, but there's only one individual I'm introducing now. He's been around. We remember when the tragic loss of young Trayvon Martin. We looked at the years and looked at the situation with Breonna Taylor. We also, when we look at what happened that really changed the trajectory of where we are in this country as it relates to the whole issue of law enforcement and all, and his efforts there with the George Floyd case, which is one of his cases. I can go on and on and on in terms of what this great jurist, great attorney has done in his short lifespan. And I'm not going into all of that other basic stuff because you know and you can read about him. But I tell you, I am so honored to call him a friend. I am just so proud that we have a soldier out there who does what he does on the front line. And just thinking about last night, as I bring him up, they say when it's time for justice, who you going to call? Ben Crow. Come on up, Ben.
Thank you all very much. Thank you to my friend, my mentor, my fraternity brother, a great Omega man, Tommy Deutsch, who does so much for our community, our people, and our culture. The thing that makes Tommy great is that he is always standing up for black people, even when it's not popular. Tommy still stands, whether it's with 100 Black Men, whether it's being a phenomenal businessman, or whether it's as the founder of the National Historic Black Colleges and University Alumni Hall of Fame. Tommy, man, I can go on and on about you. My heart is filled just being in your presence yet again. Please give a great round of applause for Tommy Deutsch. May it please this court, I want to apply just a few minutes to make the argument that historically black colleges and universities are the greatest chance for America living up to its creed. We are the hope for America to be able to honor all the promises that we write on federal courthouses, on government buildings. It is you all who are leading the way to make America a better America, where George Floyd gets an opportunity to take another breath without a police officer putting his knee on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds while he says literally 28 times, I can't breathe. You all are the best hope for a better America, where Breonna Taylor gets to sleep in peace throughout the night without the Louisville Metropolitan Police officers busting open her front door at 1 o'clock in the morning and literally mutilating her with 9 bullets while she's practically naked in her nightgown in her own apartment. And you all are the best hope for America, an America where Ahmaud Arbery gets to run free without being lynched in Brunswick, Georgia for jacking while black. Not in 1940, not in 1950, but in 2020, in our day, they lynched that young brother. You all are the hope for a better America where all of our children get to have an equal opportunity at life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And you continue to demonstrate it no matter what the obstacles are. You demonstrated it during a pandemic where you were able to continue to educate and cultivate young minds, even during a pandemic. And it was because of you, we got these landmark historic legal victories because you allowed your students to stand up and speak truth to power for Brianna, who was like them, a college student. She was only 3 semesters away from getting her nursing degree. For Mara Aubrey, who was working part-time and going to community college part-time. I mean, Ahmad and Brianna could have been a Rattler, Dr. Robinson. Dr. Davis, he could have been at Livingston College. I mean, this is what's at stake here. That's why you all have to continue to lead the charge to say we will never back down in the fight to uplift our children, our communities, and our culture. I think so often about how certain people shy away from speaking truth to power, but not you all. You all have to continue to do it on a regular basis in your cause. Chris will tell you I get in trouble sometimes, y'all. When I go in court, Tommy, you know, we be picking the jury, and you know, most of the time, the prospective jurors are predominantly white. And so, normally, you know, we're representing a marginalized person of color, a black or brown person, and we're going against a powerful white institution, whether it be the city or a corporation for discrimination or whatever the case may be. And I make it my business, Dr. Artist, I make it my business to go to each juror and ask them one by one. Now, I know you can quote the Declaration of Independence, but what I want to know is, do you really believe it? You know, do you really believe it when you say, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that amongst them are life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And I try to make each one of them commit to that. And then at some point in time to do it, the opposing counsel say, objection, Your Honor, Attorney Crump is badgering the prospective jurors. And I'm like, see, they don't want to talk about equality and justice. We're here to talk about equality. And the judge will normally reprimand me, be about to hold me in contempt of court. But there's no doubt that everybody knows what this case is about. That we want to make sure that this dead black person or a brown person will be seen equal as the white police officer that shot him in the back. Or this black woman who got paid 3 times less than a white man for doing the same job will be treated equally. It is going to be no doubt when I finish that, bar down that jury selection, that they know what the crux of this case is about. And now, if the judge hold me in contempt, I don't want y'all to let me stay overnight in jail. I want y'all to come to college campuses march and get Trump out. Because we fighting for us, y'all. We fighting for us. And we have to speak that truth to power, y'all, because if we don't, they continue to kill our children, to kill our young people. And what's worse than how they killed Trayvon Martin, 17 years old, walk home for a bag of Skittles and a can of iced tea, minding his own business on the cell phone, talking to his high school classmate, when he got profiled, pursued, and shot in his heart. Hard to believe, talking about been 10 years ago. And worse than how they killed Michael Brown and Ferguson, hands up, don't shoot. Worse than how they killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice, playing on the playground by himself, and the police officer, Chris, you remember, comes up in less than 1.7 seconds and shoots twice in that baby's torso, killing him in the snow. Worse than how they killed Eric Gardner in Staten Island, New York, the first I can't bring case. Worse than how they killed Eric Gardner Walter Scott running away in North Charleston. Worse than how they killed, Sandra Bland in Houston, outside of Houston, Texas. Worse than how they killed Stephon Clark in his grandmother's backyard in Sacramento, California. Worse than how they killed Attiana Jefferson babysitting her nephew in Fort Worth, Texas, when the officer shot through the window. Worse than how they killed Pamela Turner, a black woman having a mental health crisis on her back, saying, I'm pregnant, and the police officer shot her 3 times, one in the face, one in the chest, and one in the stomach. Worse than how they killed Ahmaud Arbery when they lynched him. Worse than how they killed Breonna. Worse than how they killed George Floyd is how they kill our children in every city, in every state, in every courtroom, every day with these trumped up felony charges. And I do mean trumped up felony charges. I mean, oftentimes you see young white people and young black people who have very similar fact patterns. And you will see the young white person come up there and they'll get a slap on the wrist. And then they'll be escorted out the courtroom and they will be given every opportunity to live out the fulfillment of their destiny that God has for them and every opportunity at achieving the American dream. And that young brother, that young sister, similar fact patterns taken to the corner of the courtroom, fingerprinted, handcuffed, and convicted of a felony conviction that they now have to bear like a cross for the rest of their entire lives. In this technological age, the first thing people do is type your name in the computer. And if you're a convicted felon, it's the first thing that pops up. Y'all do understand, in states like Florida, Texas, and Tennessee, 1 out of every 5 black men are a convicted felon, and most of the states have very similar statistics, Brother Chambers. They say if this trend continues in the next 25 years, 1 out of every 3 black men in America will be a convicted felon. So I want y'all to do me a favor. I want you all to think about if you have a black male son, or if you don't, just imagine for a second with me. And think about you having a black male nephew. And imagine you have a black male cousin. And I want you to imagine that they're all around the ages of 6, 7, 8 years old. And in your mind's eye, I want you to imagine that they're at play, as most children often do. And while you're looking in your mind's eye at these 3 little black boys, I want you to imagine, as you observe them, which one of them in the next 10 to 20 years is going to be identified as a convicted felon and be deemed to have no constructive qualities to give society, no redeemable qualities to give society. I mean, because that's what they're doing. And it doesn't matter your zip code, it doesn't matter your salary, it don't matter how many PhDs or anything you got. The statistics say 1 out of every 3 black men, if this trend continues in the next 25 years, will be a convicted felon. And you say, oh, that can't happen to my child. The hell you say? That's what we're fighting, y'all. And so we got to save our children. We got to go get them. You know, Ben Franklin said that democracy is like 2 wolves and a lamb voting on what to have for lunch. You know, Dr. Robinson, I ain't got to be no scientific scholar to know how that vote gonna go. But he said liberty. He said liberty is making sure that that lamb is well armed to protest that vote. So what we have to do is make sure that our young lambs of color are well armed to protest, not with guns, not with bullets, not with any means of violence, but with intellect and strategic thinking and diplomacy. We got to make sure our young lambs of color are well armed to protest the school-to-prison pipeline that has them in their targets. We got to make sure that young lambs of color are well armed to protest the prison industrial complex. We got to make sure that young lambs of color are well armed to protest voter suppression that will try to have them not be able to choose who will be the leaders of their community. We have to make sure that young lambs of color are well armed to protest denial of access to capital and banking while black. We got to make sure that young lambs of color are well armed to protest denial of access to quality health care. We got to make sure that young lambs of color are well armed to protest environmental racism that will see young brothers and sisters in South Central Los Angeles have only a third of the lung capacity as little young white people 15, 20 miles down the road in Santa Monica, California, because they have made it legal to have toxic pollutant chemical plants and factories in our neighborhood where our children play and go to school and live every day. We got to make sure that our children, our young lambs of color are well armed to protest these reproductive rights racism. I mean, don't take Ben Crump word for it. Chris would give you the articles and the studies. In the state of Tennessee in 2018, you had a judge standing in open court when black men were convicted in his courtroom. They could be facing 15 to 25 years, some of them life. And what he would say to them is, I will sentence you to 7.5 years if you agree to be sterilized. If you agree to be sterilized. He had the audacity to say, we don't want you all procreating. We don't want you all making other black babies. And if you say, okay, well, that's Tennessee, that's the South. But Attorney O'Neill will tell you, in liberal California, the same year, 2018, they had black and Hispanic women who were incarcerated in prison being given routine sterilizations when they went for basic medical procedures. And it reminds you, Tommy Deutsch, of things from years past, like the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, like the soldiers who were given, the black soldiers who were given faulty gas masks to study the effects of how the tear gas will impact the body if not properly prevented oxygen from going to them. And it reminded you of the Mississippi appendectomy. I see some heads nodding. Y'all remember in the state of Mississippi for about 9 years, they were routinely sterilizing and giving black women hysterectomies when they just went to the hospital. Black women like Fannie Lou Haney, who lost her ability to have a baby because she went to the hospital because she had the flu. And we say, oh, that was back long ago. No. This was in 2018. So that's why you black colleges, we got to go save our children. We got to go teach them to be well armed to protest the enemies of equality and not let them be able to kill our children softly. Because when you have these felony convictions, it's like they're killing you softly. It has been said that a lot of times when young people of color get felony convictions, it's like they're the walking dead. They just ain't issued a death certificate. And so what we got to do, and what I often do, if you know somebody who went to school with you, who's a convicted felon, if you know somebody who goes to church with you who's a convicted felon, or if you're like me and you have family members who are convicted felons, every time I see them, I tell them, you know, man, we still think you have redeeming qualities to offer society. We still believe that you can be constructive and make a difference in society. We still believe you're one of the best things your mama and daddy has ever produced. We still believe that God has a plan for you. We still believe in you. We still know your future is bright. And we have to keep telling our young people who got these scarlet letters of convicted felons over and over and over again, every time we see them. Because if we don't, brothers and sisters, we will have an entire generation of our young people who are being defined by a racist criminal justice system. And we cannot allow that. We cannot allow that. And so we have to be strategic, y'all. I know we were on a panel, and it was fascinating to me. A young brother who was a mentee of mine told me about a book called Upstream. And it's kind of profound. Hopefully everybody will go out and get this book. But the crux of the book was this. You had a brother walking down river one day, Tommy Deutsch, and that brother was minding his business, walking down river, and he heard a little young black child in the river saying, "Help me, help me. Oh God, help me, I'm drowning, help me." And so the brother, he went and he jumped in the river, and he saved the young black child. And he said, "Man, I'm happy I was here, because if I wouldn't have been here, we would have lost that black child." So just as he was gathering himself and feeling pretty good about himself, Dr. Artist, he then heard a second black child saying, "Help me, help me, oh my God, I'm drowning, help me, help me." And then the brother again went and jumped in the river, and he saved that black child, that second black child. And just when he was wiping the water off his shoulders and gathering himself, he heard a third black child, Dr. Robinson, who said, "Help me, oh my God, help me, I'm drowning." And he jumped in the river again, and he saved the third black child. And then when he got out this time, he said, "What I want to know is who the hell upstream is throwing our black children in the river? Because if we downstream trying to save them, we gonna never be successful. We got to go upstream and be strategic and prevent them from throwing our children in the river." And so you all are uniquely qualified to go upstream like nobody else in America to save our children. I mean, you all have to be the ones that prevent them from getting caught in the trap. That is why you all exist, to make sure our children can be saved from a racist, bigoted, criminal justice system in society that don't value them as equal, don't believe in the Declaration of Independence. You know, we have to continue to tell them, I want to know if you really, really believe in the Declaration of Independence. And you got to be courageous. You got to speak truth to power every chance you get. My grandmother used to always tell me when I was a little boy, she said, "Baby, if you ever get a chance to speak truth to power, you do it." We got to make sure that our children are more intelligent than those who would seek to oppress them. That's the only way we're going to win this war. And that falls at your footstep. And I promise you, if you all keep making sure our children are more intelligent than the oppressors, then the enemies of equality will not win this war. Our children, all of our children, will win this war for liberty and justice for all. God bless you.
We've been charged We've been convicted.
Yes.
Are we ready? We are guilty as charged. We are responsible for the futures of our children. It is our responsibility uniquely and singularly to ensure that they have a fair shot and that they are smarter than the oppressor. To God be the glory for you, Big Crumb, and continued good work to you. Godspeed as you go on to fight for our people and our children now and into the future. This is an honest conversation about historically black colleges, the promises and commitments that have been made to our historically black colleges, those that have been kept, we want to amplify them, and perhaps those that have not. We want to brainstorm solutions for how to hold our communities accountable for supporting these venerable institutions and helping to drive them into the future. I want to start today's conversation, if I might, with you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, first and foremost, for your hospitality. We have dined sufficiently, we have slept well and rested. This is I was chatting a moment at my table with Chairman Jones, and I said, at Benedict College, we do business with people who do business with us. And I say that because I urge all of you to do business with people who do business with you. People who sow into you, invest in you. So that means the next time you come to New Orleans, this is your hotel. That means people who invest in us are to be invested in. That's how it's called cooperative economics, people. Cooperative economics. So thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your hospitality here today. What have been your observations of late about this renaissance that we seem to have experienced as HBCUs?
If I look at the thing, it says promises kept and promises broken. And I heard the word enforce, I heard the word account. But it takes me back maybe 8 or 9 years ago to a conversation, well, to a luncheon I was having with the legendary Dr. Norman Francis. In the middle of lunch, his assistant came and gave me the phone. So not that I was eavesdropping or anything, I heard him on the conversation, and he was having this deep conversation, and he was talking to this lady, I thought maybe who worked for him. And then as he got a little bit more fired up, I realized he was talking to United States Senator Mary Landry. He said, Mary, you're going to do this, and you promise you're going to do this, and you're going to do this for all of us in Louisiana. So when he got off the phone, he apologized. He said, post-Katrina, we had a $214 million loan, and we want that loan forgiven. And everybody, all those 6 black colleges in Louisiana who participated in the loan, they galvanized, they got her votes, they worked for it, they get out the vote drivers, and they did all those things for it. And he said, Mary, you're going to do this. And she followed up on it, she did it. And it took, with great pride, at the first inaugural American West Ball that I announced that she got that $214 million loan relief for those 6 colleges. But more importantly, we can't do it by ourselves. And we can talk about promises made or promises kept or promises broken. The promises sometimes, like the councilor said, you got to go out and you got to enforce it.
So as we think about asking, I want to talk a little bit about what we're asking for. And I'm going to come to you, Chairman Jones, as Michael's boss, as leader of the UNCF Board of Directors. What are some of the things UNCF has asked for of late and that has made an impact for HBCUs? Talk to us a little bit about your work.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. And hopefully you all can hear me. I don't know if I'm powered up. There we go. We've evolved a long way since the days when, with the great help of leaders like Michael Smith and others in other cities. As a matter of fact, as we sit here now, the Atlanta Mayor's Mass Ball is already sold out, over 1,000 people, and it traditionally raises much more than it used to, and we continue to push for that, and it's a mixed room. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the work we're doing that's a little broader than that. And I look at the raising of money not only around dollars, but also around opportunities. So one of the things that we've been able to do in partnership with Harry and his team, with leaders on our teams of Thurgood Marshall and UNCF, is to get an incredible amount of debt forgiven. In fact, hundreds of millions of dollars of debt, which included really every, what we found was that major Caucasian institutions were traditionally seeing debt forgiveness from the Department of Education. Yet it was debt that was costing many of our African American institutions, historically black institutions, their accreditation, their net asset positions. Excuse me for being an accountant, but their net asset positions were being held up over their heads. And so it's not only the benefit of cash flow, which it certainly was, to have debt forgiven, but it's also the better pathway toward accreditation, coming off of probation and those sorts of things, because that burden was being removed. When Attorney Crump talked about the ratios around state institutions, there were some pretty interesting ratios around federal money as well. And so we have worked very hard in that space. So that's one. Secondly, what we are very aware of is that when it comes to philanthropy, corporate giving is very important and is a bedrock of what we've done and key to these promises kept, and in some cases promises broken. But corporate philanthropy is 25% of all philanthropy in the world. The rest is individuals and foundations. And so we've worked with individuals and foundations, and what we find is that probably all that's left from an unrestricted standpoint is in that space. Because in most of the corporate areas, a lot of money kind of has to be restricted because of disruptive shareholders and other things that sort of create pressures on these corporations. So we focused in that regard, and one area that is making a difference is the Institute for Capacity Building, which enables us to help our member institutions improve their development offices, their CFO organizations, etc. And so that is cash, but it's cash that kind of comes in a different way. And then as we look at our fundraising of late, beyond the debt forgiveness and the work that we do from an advocacy standpoint. And there were times years ago when folks said, well, just go raise money. That's all you have to do, just go raise money. And we do that. We haven't forgotten what we were built to do. And we raise money. We have a number of Mayor's Mass Balls around the country, and we're very proud of what New Orleans has done, particularly in punching above its weight, and Atlanta, and Charlotte, and so many other cities around the country. We were close to $1 million for a walk in Detroit back in August. In fact, they will hit $1 million thanks to the leadership of one of our new board members from GM. And so we certainly haven't forgotten about raising money through events. But we also now are looking at ways we raise money through programs that enable cohorts of our institutions to come together and improve their overall delivery and punch above their weight.
And be honest with you, yeah, we need the corporate giving, but we have to undergird these students. Absolutely. Because a lot of them are coming to these institutions, and they don't come from the same backgrounds as the people that they're going to be competing against. And they're going to be competing against people worldwide. Okay? And we have to start preparing them for that. Because I believe that our talent pool will grow from our HBCUs because you're going to see more kids coming, right? Right?
Yes.
I don't want to be jaded, but I think the decision has already been made on affirmative action. I don't want to be jaded, but that's just me. You didn't ask me that, but if you're a bad man, don't bet against it. Okay? Do not bet against it. Right? But those are some of the things that we're going to have to provide them. We got this talent, and sometimes I think we forgot that we had. You know we got it, right? But I'm just talking about Joe Doe out here like myself, who's not dealing with them every day. Okay? Who don't interface with these young people and hear them and know how talented and smart they really are. But we have to undergird. We have to develop these programs through the 100 Black Men of America. Do I divide now? Okay? By the way, you forgot that capital off the side of Trinity Incorporated.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right. Yo. undergird in that. I see a lot of other young fraternity brothers at Southern in things, and I ask them, I said, we got, you know, I get these emails about these corporate internships preparing for you. Did you go to that? Did you attend that? No. Why not? We have to push. We can't just rely on the administrators at our universities to do it all. They can't do it. It's impossible. They're doing everything they can do, right? Our organizations, our social organizations, the 100, our fraternities, our sororities, right? Our churches, whoever. We need to say, these are our kids, these are our institutions, and we're going to support them. Because it's going to take us all, it's going to take the whole village for us to do that. And that's some of the programs on it. I mean, we have people, we've been very blessed in the 100 from the collegiate 100 to have people lined up to work with us and for our corporate sponsorships. We want to increase that. Those of you who are not doing it, you can talk to me afterwards. We can talk about it, okay? But it's critical. And one of the key reasons that we got to do it is because they're going to come back and give something back, okay? And because when you look at the people who are representing the donors that are giving back to HBCUs, we need to have them look like us. So we need to fill that pipeline. You can't expect somebody that don't know you to give you something. Exactly. Right? But if I can create my own, who walk through the same path and understand the trials and tribulations of what an HBCU is going through, right? If I can prepare them and have them work for companies like Apple and Xerox and places that are like that, right? They can now they are in the position to say, tell you what, no, we need to go ahead. If you want some more like me, I can tell you where to get them, but this is what we got to do.
Dr. Williams.
I am delighted to be here on this panel, to be a part of this program because it's important. It's important for us to continue this conversation, continue to talk about the successes and continue to talk about the challenges that will turn into opportunities for us in a meaningful way. We came at this as one. We didn't come in this as TMCF, UMCF, and NAFIO. We all came in it as one. And when we come in as one, that power is just amazing. And the way, because people do not, politicians in particular, do not like to pick a side. If you go into a room and say, okay, pick him or pick me, they don't want to do that because they want votes from both sides. So when you present an opportunity to go in as unified, things will happen in a very meaningful way. So the three major bills that went through, we were UMCF, TMCF, and NAFIO, we were unrelenting in making sure that our elected officials have a clear understanding that you're not giving us anything. This is what is owed to us. This is what we deserve. So when we went in and asked for this specific set aside, that in addition, we said we want the money you're going to give to everybody else, and then we want another piece that's going to go specifically for our institutions. And they responded. And we received close to total $5.5 billion. TMCF received about $3.4 billion for our institutions. This is on top of the normal funding. So that's a game-changing moment for us.
I am inspired, empowered, and fired. Fired because I had 7 questions and I didn't get to any of them. Number one. But inspired because I don't have to go to jail and because I don't have to do some of this other work. What we kept hearing here is that our administrators cannot do everything on their own. We have got to develop alliances, partnerships, and coalitions to support our students, and we're beginning to see those evolve. I started talking about this renaissance of HBCUs. You're seeing a Propel Center pop up that engages all HBCUs, right? We're seeing the ideas for shared services coming to fruition where we can collaborate much like our AU Center does. We're seeing opportunities everywhere to partner, and this collaboration is yet an extension of that. Because we don't have to go to jail and do all the work on our own, because of people like Tommy Dorsch and all of you assembled here, I want to take one point of privilege and ask the presidents in the room to please stand. My colleagues in arms, please stand and allow us. You should know it is no small thing to have 10% of the HBCU presidents in this room at this moment. On a weekend with homecoming, coming off homecomings and football, some of us have just gotten over that and look like it. We look like what we've been through because it ain't easy out here in the streets. But I'm so glad to see that you thought it not robbery, colleagues near and far, for being here today to participate in this conversation. Again, while we didn't get to cascade those who broke promises to us, and we didn't get to amplify everyone who kept their promises, that was really the point of this conversation. I am hopeful, I am encouraged, and I am inspired because I know that I'm not in this by myself. Because I got 9 other colleagues that are fighting the same fight I fight every day. Because we have Thurgood Marshall to fight for us. Because we have UNCF to fight for us. Because we have the 100 to stand in the gap. Because I get to come to a Hyatt hotel with a brother who's at the helm and who knows what it is to raise money for HBCUs because we need it and our kids deserve it. I am inspired and encouraged. So as we get ready to leave the stage to allow our next panel to take their positions, and no, you're not getting a break, so forget it. But as we leave this stage, I want to give each of our panelists just a speed round to articulate where you find your strength right now. What are you most hopeful about as it relates to HBCUs? And I'm going to start where I started in the beginning. Michael, if you would lead us off. What are you most hopeful about?
I draw inspiration from I get honor of having 2 doctors. I go to Dillard, and I see that 98% of those students are on Pell Grants. And what we've been able to do is bridge them, because once they say, I'm going to take a semester off or a year off, they never go back. So we've been able to take care of 1,800 students over the last 10 years to that end. But then you go to Xavier and do the same thing, and about 51, 52% are on Pell Grants. It's a little bit more funded. And you see that they put out more African-American undergraduate doctors than any university, not black colleges, any university in the United States. So I draw inspiration from these kids because that was me 40 years ago. 1979, I graduated from college. And that was me then. And I draw inspiration because education is the equalizer. It's the equalizer. We could talk economic independence, and education is the equalizer. And so those are the things that I draw inspiration from, and I think that all of us here doing similar things. I can thread the needle about what the purpose is for everybody. We need everybody up here in our own style of doing it for the whole. So that would be my immediate answer is to kids.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Mine would be toward the kids too, that the young people that are not in college, right, and that they understand that attending an HBCU is you're going to get more than just an education, right? You're going to get a lifetime of friendships. You're going to be brought into a culture that will develop you for what's happening in the world. We're not an inferior solution. We may be the better solution for you with where this country is going to right now. Because we not only will educate you with these great leaders in this room, but we also will nurture you, care for you, love you, and we will not condemn you. We know what you're going through. So that my hope is that these young people will be able to understand that, if I use the example, going to Southern University is not any. You'll be understood and cared for just as much as if you would go to LSU or anywhere else, right? Harvard, for that matter. So I just want them to understand what we offer.
Amen.
Well, certainly the center of it all is kids, but I'm inspired as well by this community. leaders like Tommy Doherty, and thank you for bringing us together, my leader, from my brother, who have an unwavering commitment to creating pathways of opportunity for our young people. If you put the schools together that Harry talked about a minute ago, over 300,000 students a year served by HBCUs. I mean, that creates a huge force over time. But we find ourselves in America in a war for talent. And I think the key point to keep in mind is that the young people that are part of HBCUs come from communities where they have been and are being able to overcome obstacles, to find a way where there is no way, and to not be turned around by any obstacle or anybody or anything that gets in their way. Nurtured by mentors, particularly when they come from programs through the 100 Black Men. The bargain that corporate America gets with our graduates is incredible. The important thing is for corporate America and the world to understand that, because we already know it, and we already nurture it. And it is that unwavering effort on all of our part to make sure that we help our young people go out and change the world. We can talk about all kinds of things that are different today because of graduates of HBCUs. And when you think about a community that stands behind, whether it's the Divine Nine or the 100 Black Men, as you say, many other organizations, our young people know they have that behind them, and they know the importance of it, because many of our organizations encourage and insist that they also mentor students behind them, and that creates a long-standing pathway. I know in the 100 program that the Collegiate 100 mentor high school students, and so that then leads a pathway. And so I'm inspired by all that unity. I'm inspired by unity when people try to be divisive. I'm inspired by the fact that if we all lean one way, the bucket tips over and we all crawl out, instead of crabs in the bucket keeping us all in. And I'm inspired by that.
Madam President, I am more than excited about the future for HBCUs. I've been asked this question about, is this a moment or is it a movement? I get that all the time, and this is a movement. This is not a moment, this is a movement. And you heard Big Crump today, it's a movement. And we have a responsibility, we all have a responsibility to make sure that 300,000 number turns into 600,000. And part of that, this is our time. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the partnerships that we do have and the ones that we're going to get because of this movement. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for moderating this outstanding panel. Thank you.
But let me just introduce our moderator for this session. John O'Brien is an American entrepreneur, and I really mean that. He's an author, philanthropist, and permanent thought leader of financial inclusion, economic empowerment, and financial dignity. His name, as Atlanta Business Chronicles, the Power 100 Most Influential Atlantans in 2020. He, an American Bankers magazine in 2016 as an Innovator of the Year, one of the Time magazine's 50 Leaders for the Future. Mr. Bryan is the founder and chairman and CEO of Operation Hope, the largest nonprofit, best-in-class provider of financial literacy and economic empowerment services in the United States for youth, adults, and adults. He's also the chairman and CEO of Bryan Group Ventures and founder of Principal for the Promise Homes Company, which is the largest minority-owned controlled owner of single-family rental homes in the United States. 5 former U.S. presidents have recognized his work, and he has served as an advisor to 3 sitting U.S. presidents from both political parties. He is responsible for the financial literacy becoming the policy of the U.S. federal government. He has received hundreds of awards citations for his work, including Oprah Winfrey's Use Your Life Award and the John Sherman Award for Excellence in Financial Education from the U.S. Treasury. He's the author of best-selling books Up From Nothing, The Memo, How the Poor Can Save Capitalism, and Love Leadership. I encourage you to read all of these books. I tell folks, even I quote in so many different meetings, how the poor can save capitalism for us all to understand it's bottom up, not trickle down. Folks, again, this is one of my closest friends, my little brother, my mentee, but a guy that I admire for his phenomenal leadership. And as I bring him up, I want to also thank AT&T, Delta Airlines, Georgia Pacific Foundation, HBCU Change, Mass Mutual, Perkins Foods, WebTech, Wells Fargo, and Xerox for being our corporate partners for making this happen for us here for the conference. Folks, I give to you our moderator at this time, John Pope Bryant.
Tommy does so much for so many people, and he just goes about it as if it's just normal. So necessarily, we don't really say much about it. It's like you expect it from Tommy. I know this, we have a serious business to do on this panel, and we're going to get to this business with these serious individuals. But can you do me a favor? Do the universe a favor. And give Tommy Doris the respect and admiration he so rightly deserves. If this is the challenge, that you have this incredible asset, HBCUs, that mean well, that have really played a historic role in the first two reconstructions, and should be at the forefront of the third, and is the gateway to corporations who want to recruit. What is the missing link? How does that tie into a company like Xerox, and why are you here? Because I hope you have an enlightened self-interest in being here, not just because you're a good guy. I want you to want our graduates and our community because they are untapped assets. Steve B., over to you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. I think today's GDP growth, thank you, Mike. Growth of companies today, growth of economies today, come through data and information. And one of the things that I see today is that we need to do a better job with our universities understanding data, understanding the use of data. So you talk about what we need to do. Number one, think about each and every student you're reaching out to recruit. You have to personalize the message to them. You think about today in your own personal world, the consumer world and the enterprise are colliding magnificently every single day. When do you get marketed to at Netflix? When you're on and you're watching a show, the next 5 things come. And so our future students, and I do mean our future students, we have to be able to meet them where they are, which means that we need to understand technology, we need to understand data, and we need to be able to market to an individual of one. So that's the first message. You need to be able to reach your students and your potential students where they are in a world of consumerization that has a lot of information coming at them each and every day. But you want to be right there when they're getting ready to make their decision about which university to go to, number one. Number two, they don't know the value you bring. They don't understand the value that you bring to them and what you can do to change their lives. You know, we're all sitting here because we're tremendously blessed. Somewhere along the journey, we all had help. Somewhere along the journey, we all had somebody that cared. Our communities have to change the why in the road for these individuals. Because it's the why in the road between somebody caring, somebody making a difference, than being a leader as a CEO at a company, or somebody going down a path that they didn't have help. And so how do we help these students? So number one, we've got to do it through information and data. Second, when you think about the infrastructure and the experience that you have on campus,
It's got to be the same campus capabilities in the same way that they have at home, meaning the experience that they have with a $19 a month, cable and an iPhone. They've got to be able to do that. You can't go into a university and not have the same experience, a 360 experience. How do you make their world relevant? And then third is, how do you get them ready to walk out so that they can be a partner and they can come into companies like Xerox and make a difference? And so your curriculums, the way you teach, everything you need to do makes them be prepared for leadership roles, needs to make them prepare into the world in which they're moving. And so the way in which we work together is, how do I help you build those curriculums? How do I help you build that infrastructure that allows you to have that consumer experience? Nothing more frustrating than a student that walks on campus and they can only connect with one device, or they can't connect at all, or they can't get access to the things that makes their world relevant. Frustrating, right? And so how do we help you build your infrastructure? And the last, think about the administrative processes that you have today. How long does it take to sign up for Netflix? Like this. How long does it take to sign up for, you pick your consumer app of choice, and then they come into our universities, and it takes weeks, months. The administration process, the process for financial aid, you pick your process of choice. How do we get that where they have the same consumer experience, right? And then last and foremost, how do they know that we care? How do they know that we care? Because you know what? When our students are on campus and they know that we care, and I do mean we, Xerox and the universities, we care about them, that's a big difference than any other university, any other experience they get. So that's what I would recommend, right? How do we modernize our infrastructure so we get the consumer experience? How do we market to them as individuals of one and put the technology in place? How do we partner so we create curriculum so when they come out, they can move and they can help corporations like Xerox? My biggest challenge is, how do I find more talent?
Yep.
Your biggest challenge is, how do you find more jobs? That sounds like a partnership opportunity. We need to go figure it out.
I'm going to, Dr. Gibbs, come to you next. So Dr. Gibbs, one of the things the question we're trying to answer is how to build a successful partnership.
Yes, you might have heard a few months ago, Senator Alshaw just announced the David Satcher Cybersecurity Grant Program. And if you were at that announcement at Morehouse College, where I and the other AUC presidents spoke, he recognized 3 times the work that we're doing at the Propel Center in building an online virtual curriculum program centered around cybersecurity to increase the access to not 1, not 2, not 3 HBCUs, but the entire ecosystem. So at Propel Center, we look for partnerships like Xerox so that we can support all 100 plus HBCUs and not just the top 5.
Let me now be a bit more provocative with Dr. Ken Harris. He's used to this line of conversation. So Ken, one of my companies is called the Promise Homes Company. Since I owned it, I could decide where the contracts went. 55% of all our contracts for plumbing, heating, electrical, landscaping, roofing, and painting go to Black and women-owned businesses over the last few years because I'm the primary shareholder. They still do good work. They have to do good work, but I can direct that in ways that if I wasn't a shareholder, I don't think that would happen otherwise. Are you suggesting that HBCUs should be thinking, in a similar way, or am I wrong-headed, or are you, when you say the supply chain for HBCUs into communities, what exactly do you mean by it? I know you're a thought leader in this area.
Well, one thing I do mean, let's thank John for being here because Tommy called. Because you got one of the best in the game representatives today. Thank you, John, for all you do. And most importantly, Tommy Dortch, man, we love you, brother. And I can't imagine, your schedule is more intense than mine. And you get it done and we can measure it. And I want to thank you so much for your mentorship and support of the National Business League. And with that being said, I'll just say this. As a proud CAU grad, we say find a way or make one, period. And so in that concept, Booker T. Washington had it right. His message 122 years ago, John, is more relevant today than it was 122 years ago. And what I mean by that is he said, great to have political success, social success, educational success, but economics and entrepreneurship should be at the core of every single aspect and chosen endeavor in life. And we find ourselves now with HBCUs as living as black people as a lived experience, now returning back to understanding that economics has to be at the core. And so with that, John, based on your scenario in place, that other question you asked, HBCUs are in a prime position for the future. Why? Number one, they should be the core incubators for entrepreneurial success for the next generation. Because if you go in a classroom today with K through 12 and you ask the students, what do you want to do when you grow up? 98% of them are going to raise their hand, and then you're going to ask them, do you want to work for someone else or do you want to own your own business? 98% say they want to own their own business, and even if they do work for someone else, they want to have an entrepreneurial mindset in every single thing that they do. So that's the future. And so with that, when I go to an HBCU and I see that there is no entrepreneurial center or entrepreneurial curriculum or entrepreneurial faculty and staff, then that shows me we're not in touch with the future. And then that connects to the supply chain. Every single HBCU spends a ton of money. And with that, I know fam, you was in the house, I just saw the president, you spent a lot of money, brother. You're a great example of having an ecosystem that supports local black businesses, because we do exactly what John owns. We have carpenters, we have people who landscape, we have professional services, we have IT, and there are capable black businesses. If they're not in your neighborhood, we have a database all across the country where we can create our own internal ecosystems, because the cavalry ain't coming, folks. It's on us. And so with that, either we own our own or we continue to be owned by somebody else. And when we own our own, let's partner with someone else who owns their own, like Xerox, and we can come together and create entrepreneurial dreams. And so with that, those two scenarios, and this is a mindset. This generation our grandparents taught us to go to college to get a job. What we're teaching our kids now is to go to college to create a job for yourself. And so with that, in those three scenarios, HBCUs can be in the forefront of entrepreneurial excellence, entrepreneurial training, and creating ecosystems that support local black businesses in the community, so that we can circulate that $1.7 trillion that goes out of our hands to somebody else. We'll start there.
Amen. Essentially, Dr. Harris is saying if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Thanks for the charity, man. Dr. Harris, I have a challenge for you. Think about whether we could, as a result of today, what you've said, which I agree with, maybe we can work together to create a minority vendor program with a database of minority vendors in the cities where we have HBCUs, that we can make it easy for the HBCUs to hire these vendors through the business league. I'll help you do it. I'll put up some capital to help do it. And to help to create this PhD to PhD pipeline of contracting opportunities and wealth creating opportunities and job living wage opportunities in our communities from the money they're, as you said, are already spending.
No question. And John, one, I appreciate your partnership, and we have the database. So all we just have to do is get together. Okay? So we have 120,000 black businesses, and it's nothing for us. We just invested $1.3 million into a supply chain database that measures the public and private sector, tracks major Fortune 500 companies, and it can track our own community. So HBCUs, we can come together. Tommy Dortch has already put this model together. The three of us, let's get together with the presidents and make it happen so we can create wealth in our communities. And more importantly with that, the fastest growing segment for entrepreneurial. We got 3.2 million black businesses in this country. We're growing 3 times the national rate. But we know that 98%, John, you know this, of black businesses are home-based business owners, solo entrepreneurs, or people on a job with a side hustle. That is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. That means the entrepreneurial spirit is there. We just need to come put development in our toolkit to help those companies build capacity, scope, and scale. Because if we can help local companies hire 2, 3, or 4 more people, then we just quadruple our local economy. So it's simple math, if that makes any sense. So I won't belabor the conversation, but based on economics, this is not a difficult program that we need to run. And we got everything we need in our community to get it done with us first, then partner on the outside.
So this is being taped. I hope, yes, hold us accountable this time next year. When we come back here, this has to be in place, yes? Hold us accountable, including me. All right, let's drop the mic with Matthew. By the way, there's questions now coming up in 3 minutes for you. Matthew, it all culminates with you, because I said the Business Roundtable is the epicenter for the key asset, the royalty of this country is the business community. What do you take from this conversation, and I guess one of your members, and how does this codify in why you're here on behalf of the Business Roundtable interfacing with HBCUs?
John, thank you for that question. I take it back. I take it back to the CEOs and let them know what was discussed today. I think what makes the Business Roundtable unique is that, unlike other organizations, the message goes directly to the Chief Executive Officer. And they're problem solvers. They want to solve problems. They don't just want to hear about them. I mean, we have one on the panel today. He doesn't want to hear about problems, he wants to solve them.
That's right.
And so, what my message would be is, number one, there's a bargain for exchange here. HBCUs are incubators of talent.
You say a bargain for exchange?
A bargain for exchange. Okay. So both sides are getting something out of this arrangement. The CEOs want the best employees possible. That's what they want to make sure that their companies are competitive. And HBCUs want to place those students in the best job they get for those students. And so that's the message that I bring back. Our partnership now that we have with Thurgood Marshall College Fund is just one step in the right direction to make sure that HBCU students have foot in corporate America. You often hear, oh, we can't find enough black talent. That really makes me angry when I hear that. I don't know who it was, some bank robber said, why you rob banks? He said, because that's where the money is. And so my suggestion to the CEOs of the Business Roundtable, why do we need to go to HBCUs? Well, that's where the black people are.
That's right.
That's where they are. We want minority talent. We get rid of the excuses. We can say we can't find them. There are great institutions that are HBCUs. I went to Morgan State University, so I think I speak for myself. I got great education there. So the part of that partnership is to make sure that we have a pathway to that first job. And so TMCF is a great partner because they track that. Let's talk about data. Data is so important. CEOs want to know, how many students do we have? Are these students doing well? Are they staying? Are they providing value? We're a small organization. TMCF provides that data to show that this is working. Over time, it's growing. And so when a new company joins BRT, we say, hey, one way for you to increase your diversity and inclusion in your company is to work with this program, this organization, TMCF, to bring in students. So it's been a very productive partnership. We're growing it. We don't want it to be limited to Thurgood Marshall College Fund, but they have the infrastructure in place to really help us help our CEOs. I'll pause there. I know there are questions and answers coming, but what I will do is take it back. Take the information back. We have our quarterly meeting coming up. I don't know. So it's a big meeting where all the CEOs get together. These topics are discussed there. And this is one of the things I'm sure we'll discuss. So I'll pause there.
So we have a question. One, please, you'll be first. Please, if anybody else raise your hand, I will acknowledge you. Two, let me say this. I started out by saying this is a moment in history. Let me end and see if this resonates. I said we started with civil rights, now we're going to civil rights, from the streets to the suites.
That's right.
It has been for 40 years. We have representatives where there are problems. You have a problem with racism, police brutality, or whatever the issue is. There's some place for you to call. Yes or no? I'm sorry, I'm talking to us. Yes? Yes. NAACP, National Urban League. I just saw Dr. Ben Crump, Attorney Ben Crump in the lobby, the new Johnny Cochran. There's people to call if there's a problem. But we need to go from a bad place to call to a good place to call. We need to be able to go call people in the suites. Cedar Rocks, at the Business Roundtable, at these places where contracts are let and wealth is created and job decisions are made. That is the new movement, and that is why everybody in here and everybody you know, before this guy leaves, you need to get his business card. Because this might be one of the most important calls you ever make when you're trying to scale an idea that does well and good at the same time. Question?
So I want to get the reaction from across the table on what we ought to be doing in the curriculum to get corporations out of the business of education.
I think on two things. One, stop teaching yesterday's curriculum.
Whoa, say it again. Steve Eden got religion. So hold on. This whole thing was woke up. Wait a minute. He forgot he was CEO of Xerox and just spoke. Say that one more time.
It's my South those on Park Queens roots, but we got to stop teaching yesterday.
Yeah.
Stop teaching.
Absolutely.
Start teaching tomorrow. I don't want to train. I don't want to have a university inside of Xerox. I want students that are ready. I want students that are ready in technology. I want students that are financially literate.
Yep.
Okay? When are we going to start teaching our students how to build wealth?
Yep.
And I mean serious about how to teach students about how to do that.
Yep.
All right? So I want to partner and I want this group to teach tomorrow's curriculum, teach tomorrow's skills, and tomorrow's financial acumen. And you don't have to worry, you'll be a magnet. But we're not doing it today. Right? It's not because our students aren't capable, it's not because our students don't want it. We're just teaching them yesterday's curriculums. We're more than happy to partner. You asked me, brother, why am I here? Young man came down to Atlanta, said, I need you. I'm here. Okay? But I'm here to solve a problem.
That's right.
Now listen.
Not talk about it. That's
Okay.
right. He wants a problem that has a beginning, a middle, and an end attached to it. God bless you. That was the quote of the day.
Yeah.
That was the quote of the day. Stop teaching yesterday's curriculum for jobs that no longer exist. Boom. Okay, last question.
But I agree with you, Steve, about today's curriculum. And I wish more board members were here because we approve those curriculums. We approve the policies. So we have now program project management at Alabama State University, drone technology.
Really?
These are things that we're looking for in business today, right? How do you operate a project? Those kind of deals. So I echo your comments, and I just hope that we invite more board members to these type of conversations because we're partners. We're not the board here and the president's here. We got to be in partnership together.
So you are the board members for the HBCUs. Tom, did you hear that?
You're right, because board set policy, and then we got to train board too to get out of the weeds.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's one of the things I do for a lot of the boards I'm on is that we set policy to hold folks accountable. Every board meeting, Dr. Robinson reports success on inclusion of African American and other minority-owned businesses in the process. And we require, again, that we want to know where things are. So that even in spite of state laws, as we have in some, there's a will and there's a way.
Yeah.
You can either put it in that it's mandatory where states allow it, or you can say we have goals and say to corporations, if you work with us, and we're that corporation that come and we want to do 25, they come with 35%. But you gotta let them know we're in a partnership, not if you don't do it, because many of them know, well, state law, I get around it. So you're right, but one of the things, and we'll add a component on board training, because some boards want to be presidents.
Yes.
Exactly.
And folks should need to get out of the way. That's me, because everybody knows every board I'm on. I tell them up front, I got 6 business We have some phenomenal PhDs in these presidents and let them do their job, and we need to get out of the way.
And on that point, Tommy just dropped the mic.
Let me give you the overview of why we are here today, and that is why the success of Presidents and the Development Arena is what each institution and the individuals, it continues to be one of the most challenging for HBCUs. Southern University, many of you may know, was founded April 10, 1880. I'm a proud graduate of the Southern University, and I say that everywhere I go with pride. HBCUs is not just a college campus where you just go and meet your best friend for life. HBCU is where you actually go in and you are created by the professors, by your classmates, by the upperclassmen. If you so chose to join a sorority, you were ingrained in what they were doing, whether it's for fraternity or sorority. I got so much from Southern University, and one of the things that would always have me thinking was, how do we get money like LSU get money? How do we, the SWAC, get money like the SEC get money? And today, I think we're going to have some answers to those questions, but April 10th, 1880, and we still don't have that access to individuals like we do to the left, that has to change. It shouldn't be. And so at this moment, I'm going to start with the first question, and of course, ladies first. What impact has your company's partnership had or is having on HBCUs? And I'll start with you, Kathleen, and then we'll turn it to Curly, and we'll end with Zane.
Okay, well, first I'm going to start with saying I'm a proud third-generation HBCU alum, Clark Atlanta University. The Clark Atlanta University. Someone told me the other day, every HBCU can't have the in front of it. But the Clark Atlanta University, and so I'm really excited to work for a company that truly believes in supporting HBCUs, not just through funding, which a lot of times HBCUs, of course, they need, and that's the first thing they ask for, but also around programming, recruitment, hiring. So again, excited to work for the only $3 trillion company who has given over $100 million to HBCUs. DNA, if you all will just give me a moment, I am looking at my phone, but I want to share because I think it's important for you all to know the real impact that we've had in this space. And I think it's also important for you to be aware of what programming and what opportunities that you have as a part of our Apple HBCU program. So like I said, with our financial commitment, we've given over $100 million, but I also want to talk a little bit about our programming. So we have multidisciplinary programs, so one of them you may have heard of called HBCU C-Squared, and this was birthed at Tennessee State University. And so our mindset at Apple now is, we keep hearing about how just certain HBCUs are getting funding. We're trying to kind of change that narrative and actually put money in one entity that then amplifies the entire ecosystem. And I'll talk more about that. HBCU C-Squared, Dr. Glover, you know her, she has great tenacity. We partnered with her and her institution to teach 46 other HBCUs how to use our Everyone Can Code and Everyone Can Create curriculum so that they can learn our skill programming language. So that has been wildly successful, and we plan to open that up for more HBCUs to join, but today it's 46. We also have something called Beyond Benign, which is a 3-year monetary commitment that we started this past year, where we're working with educators to, again, the conversation that happened in the last session, to really up-level the curriculum, because as we know, and I don't want to talk badly about our HBCUs, so don't take this comment incorrectly, but a lot of the curriculum is antiquated and outdated, and we really need to up-level it. Additionally, we have worked with specific schools like Prairie View A&M to help them with their artificial intelligence and their machine learning curriculum so that they then can go out and amplify the rest of the ecosystem to help them learn that as well. North Carolina A&T with their STEM Success Incubator. We've also worked with, and I hate that she's not in here because I'm going to give her a few shout outs, but Dr. Rosalind Artis at Benedict. They have a great social justice and racial reconciliation program. We also have a talent development program that I really want people to know about. We partner with TMCF. We've worked with them for 7 years now, and that's $40 million that we have given to TMCF to create the Apple TMCF Scholar Program. And so that gives out $15,000 worth of scholarships as well as internships. We really hope that you all will take a look at that as well. And again, all this information is on our website. We have something new called the New Silicon Initiative as well. And this is really working with schools who are very interested, again, in social and racial justice. We have an Engineering and Innovation Scholars Program, students who are interested in engineering and really looking towards the future with AI, ML, as well as other computer science disciplines. We also have a Beats Black Creators Program, where we give students the opportunity to create different things that we use at Apple, like headphones, and then they're put out on the market as well. We also have a PhD Catalyst Awards program, because we want to be able to help do that backwards design, and not just undergraduate at HBCUs, but also going all the way through graduate. We have a Black Entrepreneur Camp, where we're, again, the conversation that was had earlier, trying to build that Black entrepreneurship pipeline, because we don't want just employees, we want employers. We have a Developer Academy. We have a Campus Leader program, where we come and put a store into your HBCU, and then the students work there. So we also have, as a part of our last $100 million Racial Equity and Justice Initiative, we have 3 arms to that: education, criminal justice reform, and economic empowerment. In our education arm, we have awarded the Propel Center, Dr. Gibbs is in the house, the president, we awarded them $25 million. That's how much we believe in HBCUs. So I know that's a lot, but I need to make sure that you all understand the breadth and depth of what it is that we want to do at Apple, and I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but we also work with organizations and institutions like the 100 that touch HBCUs. And so, yes, we have partnered with the 100 as well.
That is fantastic. Carla?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As you mentioned earlier, Curly Dawson with the Georgia Pacific Foundation, and also the immediate past chairman of the Black Women of America. So, I'd like to know, similar to Apple, we've also been engaged with working with HBCUs for as long as I've been at Georgia Pacific, and even before then. And similar to Apple, we've also invested over $100 million working with HBCUs across the country. I'm also a third-generation HBCU graduate, and graduate at Morehouse as well, and appreciate the work that we've been doing. But I would admit that a lot of us have been working around the same elements around talent. I heard from Steve early around one of the big interests we've had in winning our investment is really around the war for talent. At Georgia Pacific, we're more in the manufacturing sector, so we're more interested a lot in the skills. And we talked about entrepreneurship. We've been engaged with the Entrepreneurship Center when we initially started at Morehouse, early on when they first created the Entrepreneurship Center. But we're looking not just for individuals who are interested in starting their own business, but to Steve's point, it's really, we're looking for individuals that they do come into a corporation who have an entrepreneurial mindset. And that is that people who want to be innovative, they want to be contribution-minded, and they want to bring in talent and skills to the work and help create and be innovative in that process. And that's why we think that's important for us. And I think that's one of the key issues for the HBCUs is to understand that that's kind of what companies are looking for when they're looking in terms of that talent. They're not just looking for people who want to be continuous learners and who have a really entrepreneurial mindset and really want to help make it be contribution-minded. That's an important part for us. So we partner like many other corporations with Thurgood Marshall. We put $25 million to them as well. The United Negro College Fund, the same amount. And we've given that same context, and then we work with several individual institutions as well. One of the things we're trying to do is also look at where we have manufacturing facilities and operations, right, and looking for those universities and colleges that are located in that same community, because that's where we can draw a lot of the talent. Now, for us, a lot of our manufacturing facilities are in small rural communities. A lot of places where our HBCUs reside and work into, and that's an important opportunity for us. And that's one of our challenges, right, is to find talent who's willing to go work in those communities. And so we're looking for those organizations who, a lot of your graduates come from those same communities, and hopefully they're willing to go back and add value to that same community working. So I think, from my perspective, it's beginning to understand kind of what your students' talents are, also what you view as your strengths and your competencies, right? For corporations, unlike individuals and private foundations, that it's not totally philanthropic across the board. We're looking for a return on the investment. And a lot of times that depends on whether there's a specific skill set that we're looking for and the talent. In our case, a lot of engineering is working, computer science, project management, those kinds of things, the talent that we're specifically interested in, right? And if your university's got a very stellar program in those components, you can use that to your advantage in terms of how you partner with an organization. I'm sure Apple and others are looking at artificial intelligence working, right? If you got programs like that you can begin to highlight as part of your curriculum and work, and that's going to help you establish that relationship going forward with the corporation. It's more around trying to figure out what our needs are and what your strengths are, and how do we create a match in that same pattern.
Thank you.
And I'm Xavier Peoples, founder and CEO of HBCU Change. And I did not go to an HBCU. However, I work at one of the largest Wall Street firms in the world, Bloomberg firm. And what I understand is, being one of the few black people at that firm, that I am not sitting in the seat that I sit in today without someone who went to HBCU. And so, Mr. George will tell you, and I really follow his lead on this, one thing that I love is all of our black institutions, whether it's the black church, whether it's a black bank, whether it's a black business, and I definitely have a passion for our HBCUs, hence why I founded HBCU Change, which is an organization that allows people to round up their daily transactions by connecting their debit and credit card to an app and give that change to the HBCU of their choice. And so what we found is that people who are connected to our app, they donate about $27 a month to the HBCU of their choice. So using a school like Clark Atlanta University that has 40,000 alumni, if 10,000 of your alumni were to connect to our app, right, that's $270,000 a month, over $3 million a year, going to Clark Atlanta University. And so at HBCU Change, we are a small shop, it's just 3 of us. But over the last year, we've raised $1 million in change. Literally in change. We've raised $1 million in change, and we've given that $1 million to HBCUs all over the country. And so I stood out and I said that we wanted to raise $1 billion for HBCUs over the next 10 years, and a lot of people laughed at me. But I'm sticking to it. We're going to do it. And the last conversation, the last panel, they talked about the importance of data. And I just want to briefly talk about that today. Not only are we a fundraising company, but we are a data company as well. And so what we do is, when people sign up for HBCU Change on the back end, we have that individual's email address, we have their zip code, and we have the amount of money that they donate. Why is that important? What we found in talking to a lot of HBCUs across the country is they have bad data on their alumni and supporters. And so that's the foundation of fundraising. If you don't have good data and you don't know how to reach people, how can you raise money? Right? And so what we've implemented is technology and data to give to HBCUs to enable them to go out and to know exactly where to pinpoint their donors and their supporters to give to their institutions. And so I am happy to be here today. Mr. Dortch, I count it an honor and a privilege to hang out with you every weekend as we go and give money to HBCUs across the country. And I'm glad to participate in this conversation today.
Thank you, Xavier. Greatly appreciate it. Curly, you mentioned something that a Georgia Pacific, you all look for that return on investment. So I'll just start with you in this question. What is your ROI that you as a corporate entity is looking for from a partnership?
Well, the first one I mentioned is get around town. Most companies want to remain competitive, and you want to kind of get the best comparative advantage that you can get it working, and that all starts with talent. As Steve mentioned earlier, you're looking for leadership skills, We're looking for people who are contribution minded. I mentioned that earlier. But also, from the HBCUs, you need to understand that companies are looking for that talent in a lot of different ways. And they aren't necessarily just looking at it from a graduate perspective. Our company, for example, just made a decision in our recruitment practices, right? We're no longer going to be looking at just whether you have a BA or a college degree. We're looking at whether you earn that from experience, or whether you learn that from certification that you've got. And working, so the competition in the marketplace is going to continue to evolve, right? And you have to start becoming much more innovative and creative in terms of how you prepare your products for that marketplace that we're going in the future. And that's one of the things about the ROI is we're going to be looking for where we can find the talent that can contribute the most, and people who are going to be entrepreneurial minded, but also who are going to be innovative and creative. And we're not opposed to change. People who are willing to be able to accept the challenge, because change is moving very rapidly. To the point that Steve mentioned earlier, we've got to be teaching about the future and what new technology we see on the horizon that's coming. You got to be prepared to meet those. And so we're looking for people who can adapt to change. To your comment about ITC, right, and the leadership skills, that's something that most companies also are looking for people with integrity. And the moral compass that you're talking about is important for us in terms of what we look for in terms of the talent and skill set that we have. And that's something that you guys can really help bring forward in that context. We have a saying in our context that integrity is going to be knowledge in any day of the working. So we got someone who shows full integrity no matter how competent they may be. If they can't really show that they can meet our cultural requirements and integrity, they're not going to be very successful in the organization. So those are some of the components that we're looking for in terms of that talent. The other thing I would mention is we're not only sourcing from traditional four-year colleges, right? We're working with technical colleges because, again, in the manufacturing sector, that's a big part for us. And we can actually teach those. We can take equipment to that technical school and actually teach them to learn the skills and learn how to operate that component. So again, we're looking at Propel Center and some of the others where you can be innovative and creative in terms of how you partner with an organization. You create an opportunity for them to begin to find and source the talent that we want to. And I think Steve's point to your question about how you get us out of the education is you're going to have to begin to provide the tools for those students to be able to meet the demands of the marketplace going forward.
Kathleen.
Currently basically still my answer. But at Apple, we're a very unique company. And so not only are we looking for you to have your career skill set, but we want you to be innovative. We want you to be creative. We like to say something. We want you to be able to see around corners. We want you to be able to surprise and delight. We want to make sure that you are value-minded and you're aligned to our values that we have. You can ask anyone from a custodian to the CEO at Apple, what are our 7 principles, our 7 values, and they'll be able to rattle us on. You have to understand things like privacy. There's just so many different components that we look for in a person because we want a really well-rounded, well-embodied person to come because we have a big brand. And we want you to be able to represent that brand well. So there's just a lot of things that we look at, and that's why doing a backwards design in schools, HBCUs specifically, to making sure that they have those skills. Steve said something great. We do training or professional development, we like to call it Apple, but we don't want to train you for your job specifically. You understand what I mean? So it's important for us to, again, just have these well-rounded people that come backwards design, making sure that curriculum is on par. A quick example, I went to an HBCU, asked one of the computer science professors if I could have their curriculum, and I took it to our engineers at Apple, and they said, whoever is teaching this, their students will never work here. And so it's important for us to really get in there and not just put funding, but make sure we're going in and teaching these schools what we want on a return on investment and then helping them with that skill set, but also those wraparound skills so that they can move into corporations like Apple.
Was that particular college acceptable to being teachable and coachable?
So yes, but not all of them are.
Gotcha. I'm going to ask you this question, Xavier, because I know you deal with the fundraising side of it, and pretty much all of us in this room probably have a hand in fundraising. But what are your recommendations for institutions, recommendations how institutions can develop multifaceted relationships
Well, first and foremost, I think, so I'm talking with two different hats. I'm talking from HBCU Change hat, and then I'm talking from Newburgh Berman hat. So from the Newburgh Berman hat, we manage endowments and foundations of some of the largest PWIs in the world. And one thing that I think that from an HBCU perspective that we don't do very well with our alumni and our supporters is planned giving. So typically what we do is we go out and we literally ask our alumni supporters for dollars. Like, hey, can you write a check or can you click on this link and can you donate to the institution? Whereas at other institutions, what I found is they figured out ways to get millions of dollars at a time from their alumni through planned giving. So it could be a life insurance policy, so when that person passes away, then the benefactor of that life insurance policy goes to the institution. It could be an individual who has a lot of stock at a company and they have to diversify out of that stock and they can donate that stock to the HBCU of their choice. And so what you need is institutions, and this is not sales pitch, like mine who's very creative in figuring out how to tap into your alumni and get them to give large donations to the institution. And I think those are the small differences between going and ask someone for $1,000, $5,000, so forth and so on. They can feel that money coming out of their pocket. But if someone is giving stock, that's different. They can't feel that coming out of their pocket. They may be more inclined to give you $50,000, $100,000 in Coca-Cola stock versus just giving you $50,000, $100,000 and writing a check out of it.
Okay. So if this room is filled with these individuals, well-rounded, talented, all have a moral compass, what would you say if these were not the presidents and the board chairs? What would you say to them if this question was asked of them? The young people that are just getting out of school, they're just starting their own business, they're trying to become the next Kathleen or Xavier or Curly. What would you, if this was a group of those individuals sitting in here, this is off script a little bit, what would you tell them? Xavier, I'll start with you.
I would tell them to immediately to download HBCU Change and give change to your institution because every cent counts. Okay, $27 a month on the surface of one individual, that doesn't seem like a lot, but when 10,000 people are doing it at one time, and we get these young people in the habit of giving, when they turn 40 years old like I am, or 50 years old, or 60 years old, or however old you are, and then their income grows, then they're already in the habit of giving to their institution. And so those donations that we're looking for, that pipeline that we're looking for is already in place. I love the fact that big corporations come here today and big corporations give money to our college institutions. But let me tell you all something. There's one word that I keep hearing every single day, and it is called recession, right? So what happens next year or the year after when there's a recession? These big corporations have to cut their budgets and they can't give your institution money anymore. Where do you go get the money from? And so we have to figure out how to consistently get our alumni and our supporters to give to the institution. And I think I figured out a great solution. Let them give change to the institution. The more that we scale, the more people that we get to give to the institution, even if it's a small giving, it really impacts the institution. And then to overlay that, I think the big corporation donors should be secondary and our primary givers should be our alumni and our supporters, no matter how big or small the donation is.
Kathleen?
I would say to stay hungry. You know, this generation, a lot of times, they live in this microwave society. You know, they think that all of these things are going to come to them as soon as they graduate. So I tell them a lot of times to have this grit, have a tenacity, and stay connected. Be networked, join organizations, learn, be a continuous, lifelong learner. And if you're going to go out and try to seek a career pathway to make sure that they really know what is involved in that career pathway and the company that they want to work for. A lot of times we'll interview individuals who just come out of college at Apple. They don't know anything about our brand. They don't know anything about Apple at all, but you are almost indignant that, you need to give me this job, And so I just tell them, you need to know, be on your game and know what it is that you want. Also be able to have those workaround skills where you can negotiate your salary, be able to have a really good conversation with me, interview, ask me questions, like how you asked me what I would do. Ask me questions like that. So I just want them to have more grit and more tenacity and really know what it is they're wanting to do and then get out there and network.
And a little humility goes a long way.
Humility.
Curly?
If you don't mind, I agree 100%. As she said, so I want to flip the script a little bit and go to something that Steve said earlier. And since we're family in the room, I want to have a candid conversation.
Absolutely.
I think we got to start with understanding how to help those students before they get out and expose them to what they should look for when they do get out. And they should experience that while they're in the system. And so that means, in addition to what Steve mentioned about being able to meet them where they are, when they come out and have the experiences that they're experiencing every day in the consumer environment and market with their piece, we've got to definitely improve our administrative and academic systems to serve them as customers. We got to get past just teaching kids how to code, because what we're looking for is someone who can actually do project management, right, and move across it. So if you're teaching those skills and you can actually provide that, you have an opportunity where someone's going to want to build a relationship with you long term, because they want to be able to have the inside scoop on the students that you're preparing to come out there.
Curly has answered questions 2 and question 7. So I want to read the questions out loud so that Kathleen and Xavier can have an opportunity to answer those questions too. And to a degree, you all have answered those questions, but just want to give you that opportunity as well. What's the best advice for an HBCU to be prepared to establish a relationship with a corporate foundation? And the second question is, what are your recommendations on how institutions can develop multifaceted relationships? Xavier.
I think he answered the question already. But I think the biggest thing is, for what he said is, I think transparency is everything. Corporations want to know where their dollars are going. And I think, someone said this in the last panel, we got to do a better job of telling the story of what we're doing and the impact that their dollars are having. And so if we do a good job of telling the story, then they'll be more inclined to give. Dr. Kevin James is in this room, and we partnered with a Fortune 500 company called Asbury. And I brought Asbury to Morris Brown College, and I wasn't expecting this. We were just coming to drop some money off on Dr. James and take a picture, right? But we come into his office and we sit down, and he begins to tell the story of how he started to turn around Morris Brown College, and he helped Morris Brown College get their accreditation, okay? And so my point is that story even touched me that day. And we walk out of the room, and our partner at Asbury says, how can we do more? Right? Because he did a good job of telling the story, right? He did a good job of being transparent and telling them where the money is going. And then ultimately, that triggered them to say, well, we need to be doing more so we can do more of that, and Morris Brown can continue to do their hard reset, as he always says. And so I think that's a great example of the importance of HBCUs telling their story, as well as HBCUs being transparent. That will continue to help big corporations come in and want to do more with historically black colleges and universities.
Thank you, Xavier. Kathleen?
I like this question. There's this joke that we're going to be candid, right? The family. Someone actually called me this morning. They see me and they say, "Oh, that's the apple lady with the money." And so I have people approach me all the time from HBCUs and they're like, "Can you give us the money?" And I'll say, "Okay, let's have a conversation." But they don't want to have the conversation. Why do you want the money? Oh, we're HBCU, we need the money. Okay, well, we need to know a little bit more than that. It's about impact and outcome, and I can't just give you some money. And then there's this attitude sometimes, well, you're Apple, why you can't give us any money? Wow. And so one thing that's really important for us is, again, for our institutions that we partner with, for them to also have the same value set that we do. Also, when you come and ask for the money, be prepared, right, on why you want the money. Have a proposal, have an initiative that you want us to fund. And we don't do just funding. We do recruiting, we do internships, we give in-kind donations, we give equipment, Apple Watches, laptops, computers. We do a lot of things that people don't know that we do. And a lot of times people don't want to get to know us because we have to know you in order to give. And I'll give 2 quick funny stories. Well, not funny, but entertaining, hopefully. And I hate she's not in this room. Dr. Rosalind Artist, I think Rufus connected me to her and said, this is bad, sister. They got a lot of great things going on at Benedict. You really need to meet her. And I said, okay. And I'm thinking, she probably wants, some funding. So we get on this during COVID. We get on, Rosalind got her hair all done. I had Benedict poster up. She has all of her people on this call. And I only start the call off. Rosalind took over the call. I didn't get my name out. I'm Dr. Rosalind Artist. I'm the president. Let me tell you why I want this call. I said, okay. Rosalind was ready. She knew exactly what she wanted. She told me how much equipment she wanted. She told me how much money she wanted. But let me tell you why. The next thing, the screen pops up. They have a 20-page manifesto proposal, bulleted, indented, everything that they were going to use that money for. Broke down. We're going to use it for the social justice part. We want $5 million for this. I'm just making up numbers. We have racial reconciliation. We want this. Let me have a student tell you how this funding will help them. I couldn't say anything. But what I did say when we were about to get on the phone was what? Okay. And we did. We donated. Same thing with the 100. I love the chairman. He has been just an amazing friend, an amazing partner. When we got on with the 100, and because they serve HBCUs, we got on with the chairman. He was ready. Again, tying into our value system, education is our value system. Economic empowerment is part of our value system. Health disparities. They got on their chairman, had every single person who was running that specific programming or pillar at the 100, and they were ready. They had everything that they wanted to talk about and how Apple could partner with them. And then when we got to the health piece, they were so granular to say, we want to work on health disparities. We know that the Apple Watch can track this. Again, blown away. And I said to the chairman, okay, well, can you send me the proposal when we get off the call? He said, it's already sent to your email. So I just want people to know that we want to help, but we need you to be ready too and want to partner. And another piece to the 100, it's kind of a give and take too sometimes. It was a wonderful thing to see several of our black men at Apple. They are now a part of the 100. So it wasn't just about what can Apple do for us. Let me show you how we want to partner and what we can do for Apple. So kudos to you again, Jim.
I have heard Mr. Dorch say time after time, stay ready so you won't have to get ready. So I live by that. This has been amazing, and there are 2 final questions, and then we're going to come to the audience, but I do want to be respectful of time that we do end at 5:15 as it was originally planned. The next to last question is, do you have any recommendations on how institutions can collaborate to develop and or enhance their opportunity with corporations? And Kathleen, since you already are there, I will allow you to take the lead on this one.
It's kind of like what I said before, be willing to want to partner. A lot of times we have worked with HBCUs in the past and they just didn't, I hate to say this, but just didn't rise to the occasion. They wanted the money or they wanted the equipment, but they didn't want to do anything else, outside of that. We're not the type of company to back of a truck and just drop off a bunch of money and just, iPads and cut a check and keep it moving. We need to partner with you. And so a lot of times we have issues with, somebody said it before, with like grant reporting. I will have HBCUs who just will not turn in grant reporting. They will not tell us what they're doing with the money. They won't share that with us. And we want to know. And storytelling is very important. We want you to tell your story and tell it to the world. And we're Apple. So you go to our website, you see so many amazing stories of how we're going into communities all across the world, really trying to make change happen. But we can't do that unless you tell the story. And a lot of times they don't want to tell the story. So we want to tell about how our funding is impacting your community. We want to hear about how these products that we put into your institution, how you're not just coding, but you're learning AI and ML, you're doing faculty training, and you're doing, we want to hear these stories, and we've just had difficulty in that space. We also want you to be able to evangelize to your students about how they can get mentorship, internships, apprenticeship, because we want to do that in that space, but a lot of times they won't turn the applications on time, or they just won't partner. And so that's why we try to be really, really transparent in the beginning, what it is we expect in return when you are an Apple partner. I had literally a president tell me one time, I didn't think it was going to be this much. So I just like to be really, really candid with them, because we are here for these institutions, but we're Apple. We're a data-driven institution ourselves. We have to know what the outcomes are of what these institutions are doing. So I just think that we can have these multifaceted, multi-year relationships if the schools choose to truly partner with us.
So I'm just curious, he or she wasn't aware that it was going to be that much money or that much information in order to get the money?
Well, we gave them the money and the product, and then they were like, well, I didn't know we were going to have to do all this with this money. Because we're very clear at Apple, we have a statement of work, and we literally call it the Bible. We expect you to meet each tenet of the statement of work, and before we give you anything, we go through the statement of work and make sure that we are in agreement. These are the things that we're going to do, and these are the things that we're expecting in return. And so they sign it. And so they're very clear before they sign what they're signing up for. And so a lot of times they don't want to do it.
Curly?
Well, I mean, I'll sum that up with two words, and that's, companies are results oriented. That's the bottom line. And if you're not willing to provide the results for the work you've done, you're not going to have a long-term success with that company. Because they'll test you once, and you don't deliver, they're not coming back. And so you've got to be prepared. If you're willing to accept the funds, you're going to have to be prepared to provide the results. But to the question about collaborations, I think the Propel Center is one again unique example where here's an opportunity to begin to collaborate not just with one or two institutions, but on a much broader scale basis, right? But there are opportunities for HBCUs to partner even in the smaller towns, right? We have in the Atlanta area, we have these research alliance, right? That Clark is the majority institutions in the city, and they're producing real results. That's how we got to be one of the top companies in the area around technology and on biomedicine, right? Because of this research work that's being done in collaborations. And so there's an opportunity, when I said, if you do your inventory and really understand what your competitive advantage is or your strengths, find another institution that either can complement that or have another opportunity that they compare their strengths with yours, and you can collaborate to deliver some unique and innovative products in the marketplace. That's what people are looking for. And innovation these days is really the key word going forward. As Steve was talking about preparing for the future, it's not about just what you've done today. You've got to be thinking about what's happening in the future and what the new innovative opportunities are. And how can you collaborate with your colleague or a similar institution to come up with some new and innovative ideas? I know from a fact that, Southern University and the engineering program, North Carolina A&T, they have certain programs that people know about, and they come to those institutions looking for that research. You got to figure out what is your comparative advantage and how do you collaborate with others to create it. And then we started about the National Black Business association. It's the same thing around our businesses to get beyond, to get scale, to serve these global corporations. You got to begin not just to be an entrepreneur and a mom and pop today. It's better in some cases to be a board member of an organization that's collaborating, but that has scale and that has capability to move forward. And I think our institution has got to start to build some scale, and we're going to do that through these collaborations. And I think if we pay attention and make this Propel Center a success, it's going to really become a model for what HBCUs can do in other different ways and different opportunities to go forward. So let's not drop the ball on that piece, because that's a unique opportunity, and we should really, really take advantage of it.
I'm going to start this off by saying there are roughly about 40 million African Americans in the United States, in a nation of 300 million. And I'm starting us off, just follow me a little bit. I think HBCUs have to do a better job of making themselves known. And what I mean by that is, there are a lot of white people in this country that don't know one black person. There are a lot of white people at these major corporations that don't know one black person. And you'll be surprised that at a lot of these corporations, they would love to hire someone from HBCU. They just don't know how to get to an HBCU. They don't have access to anyone at an HBCU. And so what I believe is outside of the Morehouses of the world, the Howards of the world, and kind of like that top five, and I'm in that top five in the sense of known HBCUs, I think other HBCUs have to do a better job of branding themselves outside of the culture of HBCUs. So when you think of HBCU, you think of the band, you think of the tradition of the school, right? We got to brand ourselves better from an educational standpoint, so these big corporations know that I need to call Alabama State University, because Alabama State University has an excellent business school, and I know that there's some kids at Alabama State University that I can use at Newburgh Permanent, right? I need to call Clark Atlanta University. I need to call Morris Brown, right? And so we have to figure out as HBCUs, how do we brand ourselves better to be known to the world outside of our community, so they can know where to come and find us, right? And so that's just my thought on it.
Thank you so much, Xavier. You all have discussed the positive impact partnerships between corporations and institutions of higher learning have delivered. I want to ask you this final question before we turn it to the audience, because I hope there are some questions that you would like to ask this amazing panel. Do you, or what is your experience with any obstacles you have had by creating these types of relationships? Xavier, I'll start with you. So we can learn from it.
We're amongst family, right? So let's have a tough conversation. I literally have an organization. Every weekend, me and Mr. Dorcher, we get in a Sprinter van and we drive to HBCUs to literally give them money. You will be surprised how hard it is to give schools money, right? And what I'll say is, so I'm not from like HBCU culture. I mean, black. I know black institutions, like church, like business. I understand it, but a lot of these schools can't get out of their own way. So it's publicized every year. When enrollment happens and then school starts, you take students in and then there's nowhere for them to stay. You take students in and then there's mold in the dorms. Why wouldn't you want to take my $10,000, $25,000, $100,000 that I'm trying to give to you? Why is it so hard for me to give it to you? And so, my point is, the hurdles that I've experienced, and I don't consider myself an outsider. I mean, my parents went to HBCUs. I don't consider myself an outsider, but the hurdle that I've experienced is ego. The hurdle that I've experienced is tradition, right? Being stuck in your ways. The hurdle that I've experienced is, who does he think he is? I'm just a person showing up trying to help.
Wow.
And so if we're going to have some real conversation, I believe that the next generation of HBCU leadership needs to kind of open their minds a little bit more to people like myself who want to come in and help, because I don't have an agenda, right? I don't make any money off HBCU change, not a dime. All I do is just love black people, that's it. And I shouldn't have to jump over a million hurdles to give institutions money.
Where did you graduate from?
I graduated from the University of West Jordan. I was an athlete in college, and that's where I played basketball.
All right. Kathleen?
I would say ditto. I feel like I kind of answered this before. You know, just in my journey, I'm excited to say I think my 11th year with the University was happening yesterday. During that time, it's just, and again, we're being family, it's just been difficult to deal with these institutions because there is a narrow mindset a lot of times. This is the way we've always done it, and we need to continue to do it this way. A lot of times with the leadership, you think someone is a president or provost or something, and the things that they tell you are actually mind-boggling at times. You know, you can't expect to get this from a company like ours, but not expect to do the relationship building and be able to do an output. I mean, it's very, very clear. We want to partner with you. So that's like our biggest obstacle is the partnership and the follow-through. If we can work on that, I think we can move the world even further than what we've done before, because we do have some, and I hate to end on kind of a negative note, but we do have some great partnerships where we have people who just dig in, want to do the work, and give Dr. Gibbs another kudos again. We are so proud at Apple to have donated $25 million to the Propel Center. They are very focused on being forward-thinking. They're a global innovation hub. There will be a physical building in Atlanta, but it will serve the entire HBCU ecosystem, so that we can now get in there and help change this mindset so that we can give our faculty and our students more opportunities in all of these areas where we need them to build the career and talent pathway. So I'm excited about that partnership. If we can have more visionary leaders, open-minded leaders, I think we'll be able to do a lot more.
Curly?
Not sure what else can be said. But I think the mental model that we have has to change, right? And we've got to change the mindset in terms of our expectations and what our capabilities are. I mean, you know, when I grew up in a segregated society and had hand-me-down books instead of writing, I had teachers who were motivating me the whole time I was there. And we've got to figure out how to create this incentive around our students and our faculty and our leadership around how do we incentivize institutions to a greater height, right? And to the point that you gave the example, I mean, it's whenever that situation happens, it hits the news across the country, right? 20 students, I mean, you know, you invited 10,000, except that, 1,000 students and you can't house them, right? That just reverberates across the country. People hear that again and wonder, why do we continue to do that year after year? And we created it. We don't really understand that that's a real black eye on the institution and on HBCUs. And so, to me, this mental model has to occur so that we don't allow those things to happen over and over again. And we think it's not, we get to be nonchalant about it, right? It's like, it's acceptable, right? This is what you have. And I remember when I came up and we had to face that hurdle. The answer I got was it was character building, right? And we had to learn how to navigate over these searches because you're gonna find tough hurdles, right? Those issues did help. And when I talk to my colleagues, we brag about the fact that hey, I went to an HBCU and I know how to navigate it. If I got in the corporate America, I can move around because I learned that. So there's value in that. But we can't continue just to build that in the same context as we go into this new 51st century. Because I'll give you an example. The competition out here is really and the majority of institutions now are becoming extremely focused on recruiting our talent. And now we've got a generation of parents who are not going to be as acceptable to the kinds of things that I went through for that kid to go through. That's just not going to happen anymore, right? And I'm listening, I've got another friend of mine just talking about his daughter's experience at Princeton. You know, getting everything that she needs, working the whole works, and you competing against a whole different environment these days. And we got to change our mindset if we want to be competitive in that environment. I don't mean that we're going to be able to compete on those dollars, but we can certainly compete in making ourselves much more efficient, much more customer-oriented, and much more receptive to the needs of the students that we have coming in. I just think that's got to be the first step here, is to change the culture in our institutions and the mental models that we have currently. That's got to change.
Kathleen, you wanted to say something?
Curly made me think of something when you said mindset. Does everybody know what the digital divide is? In the beginning, there's two of them now. The first one was, with technology, it was the haves versus the have-nots, right? And then we moved into a second digital divide now everybody has technology. Everybody has a smartphone, an iPad, laptop, the other A word, I'm not going to say out loud. So, how do our children use technology is a big problem. Our children are a lot of times consumers versus producers. So they are on TikTok, Snapchat, they use it for just social media, they use it to create a spreadsheet or a presentation or like a Word document or something. We have to move past. Those are so antiquated skills that we have to start getting them to create apps or, AI, ML. You talked about drone technology. We have got to move them, and the leaders have to be willing to put in the hard work to partner to create that curriculum, because we can't keep teaching them. When my son went to school his first year, they taught him how to use Word. Like, you don't work forever. Like, is that what we're doing in college right now? So we have to make sure that they are doing not cutting edge technology skills, but leading edge technology skills, the ones that are geared toward the future.
Awesome. I have one last question that is not a part of this, and then we're going to turn it to the audience. I know you didn't graduate from an HBCU, but I think it's fair to ask this question. Describe HBCU in one word. Xavier, Kathleen, Curly.
HBCU in one word. Important.
Culture.
Vital.
There you go. We turn the questions over to the audience.
Is there a chance that Apple and HBCU Change would be open to training HBCUs as it relates to the financial development process as pertains to asking for dollars and also as pertains to how you all look for those dollars to be reported and how to maintain positive annual giving relationships?
Yes, so I can't answer that and say emphatically that we will do that, but we do in a way do that. When people reach out to us, we sit with them, we let them know what we're looking for in a partner. We give them a template on what it is that they need to fill out, for them to get a possible donation. So we don't go out and train people how to ask Apple, hey, but we do sit down when you come to us and have a really thoughtful conversation about what are your needs. These are the outcomes. We do a statement of work. Each piece is sectioned out so that we are very clear on this is how we're going to help, because we need to be accountable too, right? But this is what we need from you. So I can't answer that we would go out and train HBCUs per se, but we do work with you.
And what I'll say is, a lot of people think it's a science to it, but it's really an art. But what I mean by that is one key thing that she said earlier was that where we missed the mark is we missed the mark on kind of like the paperwork, but we missed the mark on the art part, which is the relationship part. And see, a lot of times what we don't realize is we can get money out of someone if we have a good relationship with them. And so we need to invest more time doing the relationship-oriented stuff, because if you have a good relationship with someone and your paperwork in together, they can come back and be like, hey, build this out right here, do this right here, and then we'll take care of it. And so I'm real big on EQ over IQ. We have a lot of very smart people in the world with a lot of hard skills, but they don't have the soft skills to really make things happen. So that's why the average CEO in this country has a 2.3 GPA. Well, not the smartest person in the room, but the EQ is very high, and they know how to navigate those relationships to get things done.
Thank you so much. And Tommy, it is exactly 5:15. We ended on time. And thank you all for participating at the Next Level Corporation Giving. Once again, don't forget the reception at 5:30 at the 8 Block Restaurant here on the same level.
As you know, Bethune-Cookman University, another one of our cornerstone universities, back from Dr. Miriam McLeod Bethune, where we are now, and all has been one of our other great institutions. And because of the hurricane and the damage that was done to the campus, what we are prepared to do and want to do today, I have the pleasure of serving as chairman of the board of HBCU Change, as you know, our CEO and founder and our vice chair, and also serve as chairman of the board of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. This is my 14th year as chairman of the board. So on behalf of HBCU Change and New Birth, we're going to present a $100,000 to Bethune-Cookman. This will help to ensure that they're going to recover from the impact of the hurricane. We're working to raise more money, and my church will be doing for Dr. Jamal Bryant, who serves as our senior pastor. But I wanted to make sure with Dr. Brett that we understood that we value each and every one of you.
I just want to say on behalf of our board of trustees, and certainly on behalf of the university, we're just overwhelmed with gratitude. This means a lot to our campus. It means a lot to what we're trying to do as an institution. And certainly repairs that we need to make on our campus, given the effects and impact of Hurricane Ian, this will go a long way to helping us bridge that gap. It's a fairly sizable gap, but one that certainly we're going to get to, because our aim is to make sure, based on our founder's mission, we send people out to change the world.
We will get started. I am Brenda Brown Dillard. I am president of Alabama State University Board of Trustees, and I'm also the strategic manager of MSI STEM Research and Development Consortium. So we're going to introduce ourselves and say a little something about who we are and what we do. I started my career leaving Alabama State with the United States General Accounting Office, then went to the Tennessee Valley Authority. It's funny because it was at that office that the Inspector General told me that he didn't have enough African Americans. And I said, give me 1 second. And I made a phone call to my dean back at Alabama State University and went on campus and hired 3 people right off the bat who are now retiring from the Tennessee Valley Authority. I left there to go work in the nuclear field. Started off as the VP of Internal Audit. I then decided that I wanted to go to DC to see what was going on there. So I said I'd like to be the liaison. My president at the time said to me, but you don't have a second degree. I didn't think at the time I'd need a second degree to talk to congressmen and talk about what we were doing back at the nuclear facility, but I did. I went to a PWI at the University of Tennessee and got a second degree. And I then went to DC to do the nuclear work, but I decided that I need to learn a whole lot about nuclear weapons, how we make them, so I did. I went to all of our national labs. I learned how we design our weapon. I then went to our production facilities. I learned how we manufacture and produce our weapons, and I became the United States, the United Kingdom liaison, where I worked with the British government on how we make our weapons. Retired from there, and now I work with the Minority Consortium, doing what I love, and that's to help HBCUs get not grants, but government contracts.
Wow, how do I follow that? It's just my honor to be here with you today, Trustee Dillard. What a brilliant woman, and just to have some moments with you this morning before breakfast was absolutely delightful, so thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Rosalind Artist, Dr. Artist, another brilliant woman who is blazing a trail in her own right, and then of course, our HBCU champion, Mr. Dorsch. Thank you for this opportunity. My colleague who's on the panel with us, Dr. Gale, and to all of you, good morning. And I'm excited to be here with you to talk about some of the issues that we will talk about. But a little bit about me. I'm Carmen J. Walters, a daughter of two African-American folks who raised 13 children right here in New Orleans without being on welfare. And that is unheard of. So I owe everything that I have and I do to my parents. I never cease to mention Thomas and Ophelia because I stand on their shoulder. But more importantly, I stand on the shoulder of a young woman named Charlotte, who was a slave. And she was my descendant. And Charlotte was married at 12 and a slave at 12. And when I think about challenges I face in my role as the HBCU president, I'm reminded of the struggle of Charlotte, and then my work becomes easy. And so I came from very large community colleges, and here in Louisiana, we have Delgado Community College. Many of you may have heard of that institution. And then I was at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, another college in Mississippi. Working in a community college, as some of you have come from that role, that is the hardest to serve population of people. And I was blessed to do exceptionally well in those roles, and so I was nominated to the presidency for Jackson State. I was nominated for Alcorn, and I was nominated for Tougaloo. And Tougaloo's door opened, and I saw that as my mission. Tougaloo is 153 years old. It's a former slave plantation. And so more than 75 slaves walked on our campus at any given time in the 1800s. The plantation home that the slave owner built is still there. It's 160 years old. Problem number one, how do you keep it up? All of my buildings are over 80 years old, and so they're all historic, and it's hard for me to say, let's tear them down. So we are excited to be here today to basically talk on the topic, but I just want to give you a little bit about Tougaloo College and our mission around social justice and academic rigor. And so we have Tougaloo is Choctaw, Native American, for two streams that converge, academic rigor and social justice. And that's what we teach at our institutions, and mainly we are making doctors and lawyers. I mentioned yesterday that 44% of the African American doctors in the state of Mississippi graduated from Tougaloo College, and 34% of the lawyers and educators. But I did not say that the number of blacks in Mississippi, there are only 38% of Mississippi is African American. And so when you think about the data that we are providing, I agree with Dr. Michael Lomax when he said HBCUs are punching above our weight. And so I'll turn it over to our colleague to introduce herself, Gail.
First of all, I
just pleased to be able to be here, and sorry I wasn't able to be there in person. I just started my role as the 11th president of Spelman College about 3 months ago, and as people can imagine, in my first few months of my presidency, it is definitely drinking from a fire hose. So I wish I could be there with you all personally, but it's wonderful just to be part of this panel. And I came into this role perhaps with a non-traditional background. This is my first role in higher education. I am a physician by training, trained as a pediatrician, but very soon migrated into public health because I really wanted to think about how I could have an impact through the lens of health, but at a population level as opposed to an individual level. And so, when you're a practicing physician, your patient is an individual. When you are a public health physician, your patient is a community, a nation, and sometimes even the world. So I went into medicine because I wanted to be able to have a way of having a tangible impact, particularly on issues that impacted the Black community and issues of inequity and how do we address those. And so, my career has gone from individual health to public health to then focusing on global health, particularly again looking at the inequities that we know exist in health around the world for people in Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world that are disproportionately impacted by poor health as well as poor economic outcomes and poverty. 20 years at the Centers for Disease Control, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and then went into looking at the issues of global poverty and headed CARE, the International Humanitarian Poverty Fighting Organization here in Atlanta, and did that, and then migrated into doing more at the local level in terms of economic inequities and wealth inequality. And for me, the issues of health and wealth are so intertwined, and so I looked at the inequities in health, realizing how much of those are really driven by the social and economic inequities that we see in this country and around the world. My last job before coming here was in Chicago, heading the Community Foundation in Chicago, where we put together a strategy to focus on closing the racial and ethnic wealth gap. How can we make sure that Black and Latinx populations that were disproportionately impacted by lack of opportunity, economic opportunity, lack of health access, and how could we have an impact on those populations? So for me, coming to Spelman, an HBCU that has a history of social mobility, and as my colleague Carmen mentioned, HBCUs have always punched above their weight in terms of what we produce and how we prepare the next leaders, Black leaders, for our country. I felt that as part of my commitment to equity and social justice, coming to a school that has always been a beacon for opportunity, social justice, and the empowerment of women, that felt to me like a place where I could make a difference and really give back to the next generation of change leaders who, hopefully we can help to shape their lives so that they can be around to solve today's problems and tomorrow's problems, and we prepare them well to do that. So I'm just pleased to be part of this panel and pleased to be working in the arena of higher education, particularly at an HBCU.
Thank you. And I feel fortunate to be in the presence of such powerful women. And I like to say about Dr. Artis, I don't know if she's still here, but she celebrates women.
Yes,
I appreciate that. We have to celebrate each other. So we'll just jump right into our first question. What can be done to right-size and sustain HBCUs? And Dr. Walters, if you would kick that off, that would be great.
Well, thank you so much. You know, as I read these questions, all of you, have so many answers already in your heads about your own institutions, whether you're serving on the board or whether you're serving as the chief of staff. But I think I'd like to start, and since I'm here with you, Trustee Dillard, I'd like to start with the board. I have a long list in my iPad of things that we could do to sustain, but I'd like to start with the board. And the reason, and then let me clarify, I'm going to be speaking from a private institution perspective because I don't run a state institution. I graduated from 2 HBCUs and I understand some of the dynamics, but I've never served as the chief officer. So I'm going to be talking about private institutions. And our private institutions, the boards are huge. There are 23 to 30 people. The bylaws speak to that. And the way we work with finding board members are basically through research and relationships. And but some of the challenges on the private side is that our boards are very, very heavily laden with alums. So it's very challenging to move the institution forward and to have vision. Alex and I were talking about that last night, how sometimes people want the institution to remain as when they were there in the 80s and 90s. So they can't understand and they can't handle that innovation. But I think that's one area to start. And I'll just say this, I'm on the board, and Rosalind is on this board. I'm engaged with the Council of Independent Colleges. And so I have a colleague on the East Coast who has a board with 28 people. 13 of those people gave him $1 million this year. So we don't have those kinds of board members. And so if we could start there with getting the board members that have vision or running these Fortune 500 companies and engage them. So I'm putting out a plea, Mr. Dorch, if you could help me connect to some of those people, right? So I think let's start there. And then innovation from our faculty, being engaged in research, we have to ramp that up to be more sustainable. And then engagement from our alumni who are being blessed from these institutions. So I just have a plethora of things. So I have intellectual innovation, we need that. We need intellectual diversity, making sure our faculty are coming from all over the world to expose our students to other ideas. Our endowments need to be increased. We need to double Pell. Last year was the 50th year of Pell. And 50 years ago when Pell started, you could pay for 75% of the state school's tuition. Today it's about 13%. All of those things I think can help sustain historically black colleges and universities.
Thank you. Dr. Gale, would you like to address that question?
Yeah, thank you. And I would just say ditto to many of the things that my colleague, Dr. Walker, said need to happen. And I guess I would say, it all begins with resources. At the end of the day, we know that we make up our budgets, our ability to provide financial aid to students, et cetera, in a very piecemeal way. And we're all able to deliver the things that we deliver because we get a lot of short-term help. And I think that's essential. And the scholarships that we get from different corporations and scholarship support from individuals, all of those things make a big difference. But at the end of the day, if we don't have the kind of endowments that allow us to project into the future and really allow us to think strategically about where do we put our resources, it becomes very difficult because you have a budget that is essentially made up of multiple many earmarked pots of funds, which always puts you in a difficult position because you are, primarily focusing on what a individual source of revenue may be. So, first and foremost, we all have to be able to figure out ways to increase our endowments so that we keep the great faculty in place who then deliver for our students. And, you know, I have been really impressed since coming here to Spelman how critical that piece is around faculty support. Because we have faculty who come labor of love. They are here because they absolutely believe in the mission. But, you know, they have practical realities. And as more and more PWIs are appreciating the importance of diversity, faculty, and student diversity, they're able to provide things that we just cannot. And everyone has to be practical, think about their career, think about their families. So, you know, I think it all starts with us being able to have the kind of resources that allow us to keep the best faculty, make our education as affordable as possible, and then be able to supply financial support to students who, you know, who need it. And we are always, again, compared to our predominant white institutions, we are always going to have a larger proportion of students who need financial aid. So all of, you know, again, all of it is predicated on being able to have the kind of resources that allow us to think long term. You know, it also means that we all need to think about how do we maintain our own level of excellence and distinctiveness so that we continue to be a good product for people to invest in. So it's all part of the cycle of how we make sure that we stay relevant, that if we're relevant, we are able to attract the resources, and if we're able to attract the resources, we can continue to maintain that excellence at the teaching level and continue to recruit excellent students as well.
And you're so correct with resources. You know, when we think about, and we were talking earlier about a quarterback coach at a neighboring college at Auburn University making more than some of our top presidents, when you try to Google salaries of HBCU presidents, what I found made me want to cry is that 4 PWI presidents make more than 60% of all of our HBCU presidents. That's very sad. And so our resources is definitely something that we have to continue to work on to sustain our HBCUs. Next, what are some of the out-of-the-box ideas that challenge the fundamental tenets of the higher education model for women leaders?
Ooh, out-of-the-box ideas. You know, I tell you, every day I'm just looking for growth opportunities and taking risk. And so, yeah, I like that. Think a little bit, calm down, relax, breathe. I like that a lot. So, yeah, the out-of-the-box ideas, you know, when you are a female in a role that's been dominated by men, you start to use men as role models, but then when you go to men to say, well, I wouldn't do it like that, I would do this, that, or the other, there's a challenge there because most of our board chairs are men. And so when you go to a man with a new idea, a new way of thinking, most times for me, I have experienced pushback. And so the out-of-the-box idea that I had was to change the makeup and the structure of my institution to say, you know, I really don't need vice presidents for all of these areas. You know, let's kind of lessen that and spread this out and break this up and get rid of some of this. It's just too hierarchical. And I received a lot of pushback from that. We had 7 vice presidents and I went down to 4. And the board was thinking, you're going to be mired in a lot of work. But I was able to show them that there was just not a lot of work being done. There was a lot of titles. And so that was an out-of-the-box idea. You come in saying to vice presidents, you don't have to go home, but you won't be doing this.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Gale, what are your out-of-the-box ideas?
Well, I'm not sure that I have any, out-of-the-box ideas yet. I think that for us at Spelman, because we are a school that is dedicated to the education of women of African descent, one of the most important ways to demonstrate women leadership is to see it. And people are able to see that every day. We're able to see not only among our students who are doing incredible out-of-the-box things. I just went to a presentation the other day and, developing a new source of energy to look at the energy efficient rocket, things like that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But, here we see the whole spectrum of young Black women who, for them, they aren't seeing limits. And that's part of what I think our HBCUs are able to take young people who often come from, our society imposes limits and show them there are no limits and we believe in them. And so I think, the best, it's not necessarily out of the box, but how do we continue to expose young women to opportunities so that they don't see that they are limited by their race or by their gender, and continue to put them in experiences where they are exposed to mentors and people who are achieving great things. And so, that's not necessarily out of the box, but I think continuing to find ways to expose young women as well as, our young men to things that they may not have thought were possible for them, and making it clear that, the sky really is the limit. It takes putting in the time, putting in the effort. But, as they say, you can't be what you don't see. So we've got to make sure that we provide those examples to our young people.
Very good. One of the things to follow up on what you're talking about is in the nuclear field, at the labs, at the production facilities. First of all, there are not a whole lot of African Americans, and there are definitely not a whole lot of women. When I went to DC to work with the National Nuclear Security Administration, I went to a nuclear deterrence summit, and I bet there were 3 African Americans in this huge conference room, right? These are our facilities all over the world. So I started then asking, how do we get more women? How do we get more African Americans in the nuclear weapons field? Don't think that it's so hard. A lot of people don't even know we're still making nuclear weapons, right? And so finally, next year, I will be moderating the first conference ever that they ever had in the history of the NNSA talking about diversity and how we diverse and get HBCUs in this field. And so we have to continue to provide opportunities for our young people so that they can get in the door and do these opportunities. So how do you push for systemic change around ideas that are new or not popular? And I'll start with you, Dr. Gale, on this one.
Well, I think, first of all, it starts with having a good idea. And I think, really looking, and it's kind of related to the first question of sustainability, how do we really think about what are the levers of change that will create long-term systems change, as you said? I think we recognize that we're all dealing with systems that have held people of color, Black people specifically, behind and have reduced opportunity. And I think that, as HBCUs, we have a real opportunity opportunity to use our bully pulpit to talk about some of the systemic barriers that have existed and how can we address these. And so I think, it means that those of us who have positions like these should also be thinking about the public policy arena. How do we not only think about what's good for us and our campuses, but what's really good, what will really serve the greater good? How can we have an impact that allows us to tear down some of the barriers that have existed? And to do that across the board. How do we look at the business sector? How do we look at government? How do we look at nonprofit? What are the areas where we want to be able to have full access to the opportunities, and how do we continue to shape our voices to advocate for that? So I think it means we have a responsibility to be part of the public policy debate, and when there's legislation that's going through that we know would have an impact on the good of our communities overall. Are we there? Are we using our voices? Are we talking about, how we can make a difference? And one very basic thing is, are we turning out to vote next week to make sure that we have elected officials who are going to think about the things that will make a big difference for us in our community? So I'm a strong believer that we should use our voice as loudly as possible to push for those issues that will have long-term systemic change.
Thank you. Dr. Walters.
I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague, and I'm going to come out of the 30-foot level and go down to maybe 10 feet, thinking about our own HBCUs in our communities. We are the pillars of our community, so how do we drive change in our community at the local levels? Because that's where the rubber meets the road. What role are we playing from our president's suite to the governor's suite? And how do we get our community galvanized around change? And I become very tactical, so I'm a tactician more, and I'm looking for ways to implement change all the time. So we're educating students about being the change that they want to see. And I love your statements that you're sharing, being engaged in the elections, but being engaged in change just even on the campus. What role can we play? Are we a polling place? Can we become a polling place? When we're pushing for change, can we ask for some of our students to be in some of the meetings that we are all not invited to, where we can help discuss the ingredients in the pie? How are we engaging around economic development in our own communities? As an HBCU that is about social change for us, I am on a lot of boards that normally a black person wouldn't even want to be on. But I say yes because I need to know what they're doing across town. How is it going to affect me? And how can I jump on that wave of change, career path for our students? So I think change has to be systemic, but we have to have patience in change because people don't handle change well. There has to be trust in change. So when I'm talking to organizations about how do I get more students to do internships and no one looks like us, I have to have patience when they're saying, well, we've tried that and it didn't work. So then now let's delve into that to see why didn't that work? How can I help make it work? And so change is not easy, but it's very, very important. And I think the systemic ability of all of us coming together collectively, like I am in the Mississippi Association of Independent Colleges. We have several HBCUs in my state. We have never had one meeting, all of the HBCU presidents together. Never. Just come sit down and say, what are the challenges? We're too busy listening to the community saying that we're competing against each other, when really we're not. We're really not. Jackson State is 8 miles, 7 miles from me. I am not competing with Jackson State. I'm competing with some of the PWIs who are coming in trying to collect our students so they make sure they have a diverse population. So change is difficult, but you gotta be all in around change. And we have to sit there and collaborate and work through the challenges at the local level so that we can really be the change that people want to see. That's just my thoughts on that.
Absolutely, and everyone has to be willing to make that change. I know at Alabama State, we have a visionary president, Dr. Ross, and so we started looking at our curriculum. As Stephen B. pointed out yesterday, we got to look at what industry uses and what's current. And we started an MBA program. We're pleased to say we just kicked off the first year of that. We looked at everything that wasn't relevant in our curriculum and we changed it. And so that took not only the board, the president, the faculty. Imagine you're teaching classes in something that's no longer relevant. You have to be willing to change to do something new. So it requires everyone to be on board to make those kind of changes. Okay, let's talk about some proposals. This is saying grant proposal. I want to talk about contracts too. But when submitting a grant proposal for funding, what educational outcomes do you look for?
Well, first of all, if you're going to write a grant and you get the grant, you got to do what you said you were going to do. And you have to report on what you were doing or you won't get the money anymore. I was a grant writer for many years and it's actually a very satisfying role for me to be able to pull a proposal together, see it to the end and then get it funded. One of the things we're looking at, so let me go back to say, at Tougaloo College, for students to graduate, they have to have 124 credits. That's one thing. A lot of schools have 120. They have to do community service, and they have to do internships. But they have to write a thesis to graduate. They select a topic in their junior year, and then they write the topic and defend it in their senior year, because 75% of them are going on to four-year schools. So research is very important to Tougaloo. Grant writing is even more important because our budget is so small. So at a small college with 700 kids, we are averaging $30 million a year in grants, and we're trying to grow that. And we're trying to delve into contracts, and you and I talked about that. So what's important about grant writing and looking for writing your program, the outcomes we're looking for is for faculty to be developed, to solve problems around our community, to make sure that our students are engaged in the research, to have outcomes of not only fiscal support, but outcomes and resources, but outcomes that can change the way we think about the work that we're doing. We are part of a big study in Mississippi, the Jackson Heart Study. And so the purpose of that grant is to solve the crisis, the health crisis around heart conditions in the state of Mississippi. The state of Mississippi is number one on everything. For being overweight, don't look at me. And then for being undereducated, for being the sickest, dying at an early age. And so we have the Delta, which is the middle part of the state. If you remove the Delta and its data from the state of Mississippi, Mississippi would be in the top 5 in many areas. It's that one area that has no corporations. There are people there still picking cotton with a cotton gin. So we are looking for results to change and move the state. So we got the Jackson Heart Study. Another study we have is around women dying from having babies, the mortality rate in Mississippi, and the children dying at childbirth. Those rates are very high. So we're doing research around that, and we're looking to move the needle around health disparities in the state of Mississippi. So those are some of the outcomes that we're looking at.
Thank you. I have one final question. I'll let you go first, Dr. Gale. What has been the most significant barrier in your career as a woman?
I guess I would say, people's perceptions about, what a woman can or should do. And I think as we start to change perceptions, we also tear down a lot of barriers. And, it's why I think having women who are part of your network, women who are mentors, women who have done things in arenas that have opened up the arena is so important, because I think being able to not be your own barrier, because oftentimes we stand in our own ways because we don't believe that we can accomplish many of the things that we do. So I think having other strong women around us and continuing to support each other as we look at tearing down some of these barriers and going places that no one has ever seen before or gone before.
Thank you, Dr. Walters.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Dr. Kale and give an example of what she just said. Here in Louisiana, LSU has its own board, Southern University has its own board, so forth and so on, and then there's a board of regents. Well, in Mississippi, for the higher ed state system, there's just one board. There's a person who became the president of that board. And he was doing the same work I was doing at the community college level, but he became the president of that board. So when I was nominated to Jackson State's position, all of the resumes went to him, even though there was a search firm. And he called me and said, I want to talk with you. And I said, okay. And he looked at my resume and he said, your resume is quite impressive. And I thought, okay, good. And he said, but as I sit here thinking about this, with you coming from large community colleges, I don't think you can make the leap to be a university president. And I sat there thinking, not only did you make the leap, you made a bounding jump from being the same role I am in a community college all the way to the chair of the president of the system of all IHL. And so to hear him tell me that was, fuel for me to say, okay, you think that this is not something I can do, I certainly will do it. And so perception of people is really the dominating factor to me of what women can do. Clearly he wasn't saying, he said from a community college, but he couldn't have meant that because we had the same role, had been to many meetings together. I knew him very well. So I think literally what he was saying is, as a female, I can't see you leading Jackson State because they had just removed a female. And the other thing I think is a barrier for women particularly is we can't make a mistake. There are some male presidents who have made huge mistakes and end up being a president in the next 6 months. But there are female presidents who have made errors, and maybe not even an error, is something, a disagreement with his or her board, and they never get back into the role. So as a female, we're walking around on high heels, on eggs, because we can't make a mistake. My husband died once I was in this role for 3 months. So now I'm a single woman as a president, which is a whole nother ballgame because I can't have a scandal. So, I'm sitting there talking to Alex last night, and I'm like, look, we're going to go in this big old place where everybody can see us sitting here because I can't have a scandal. So I know men aren't sitting around thinking about that, but women are. And so those are barriers to success for us because I can't just go out there and say, I'm going to play a round of golf with Mr. Dortch. I got to be able to say, can my chief of staff come and hang out with me? I need a chaperone. Those kinds of things are still an issue, and then I'm a president in a southern state. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I know you guys aren't thinking about that.
Sometimes it's just the barrier is just being a woman.
It's just being a woman.
It's just being a woman. We can't change who we are. We have to negotiate our salary, just like the men do.
Oh, don't talk
I
about
learned
salary.
that.
We have
Most
say I want a
presidents-
bonus. If you pull the data, the average male president is making more than the female president. I just thought I'd share that too.
Okay, well, thank you ladies so much for this wonderful question. Now we have time for any questions the audience may have for either one of us.
I'm Camille Frank-Selby. I work for Xerox, and then we had our CEO here yesterday. Fantastic, I thought. But one of the things that I'm also the president of the National Black Employees Association, which is the Black Employee Resource Group at Xerox. And we had our national conference just a couple of weeks ago. In fact, Mr. George came and spoke. He was amazing. But one of the other speakers was the Chief Marketing Officer for UPS. And one of the things he said was that he is concerned about our community from a perspective of being risk averse. And that a lot of our students are choosing to go into lower paid fields where it's more stable and more comfortable, right? It's important, obviously, that we have teachers and social workers and other types of roles like that, but I'm still the only one in the room. And I'm a vice president of sales, and it's just me. And I've got sales roles in places like Alabama where I got just one black guy there. So how do we open the minds of our students to do something different? I mean, I think they're being held back by fear. How do we get them to move beyond the misperception of stability that doesn't exist? To go out and do things and earn incomes that enable them to reinvest back into the HBCUs and also change the dynamic, at least in corporate America, so I can stop sitting in a room by myself.
Yeah, and I unfortunately, because I am virtual and my calendar is full, I'm going to have to hop off after this. So, I would just, first of all, thank you for the question. I do think that, I don't know if it was risk aversion or, just not having been exposed as broadly to some of the opportunities. And I do think because we often tend to be very mission driven in what we want to do, and we want to do things that help our community. I think we need to also show young people how, as you said, taking a corporate career where you might have greater financial reward then allows you to be a contributor to your community in a different way. And so I think, figuring out how we marry our students' aspirations to give back and to, be good citizens within our community is not in any way opposed to going out and taking careers that, we haven't been in before, and often careers that provide for more economic opportunity. We're starting here with Morehouse College a center for Black entrepreneurship, and we're really excited about it. Not just because I think entrepreneurship is a way that people make new businesses, etc., but because I think that entrepreneurial spirit and the spirit of innovation should be something that everyone gets, regardless of what they're thinking about in terms of their career. How do we give young people the sense of venturing out beyond their boundaries, taking on new risks, taking on new opportunities? And so I think it's getting that mindset that allows us to realize, we can take these things on and that we can do it in a way that gives back to our communities. With that, I'm going to say bye. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with Dr. Gale and say too that it is an exposure, and it's Carmel, right? Yes, Carmel. We are, my former president, Dr. Beverly Wade Hogan, such a gracious woman, started something, changed our curriculum to say from the summer of your freshman year, you will have internships. So our freshmen in the summer have to go spend 2 weeks somewhere as an intern, and then every year those internships have to be longer and longer because we want that exposure. And we are saying to students, an internship will help you understand that you either want to do this, or you certainly hate it and never want to do it, or you find something new to do. And we're looking at internships from every sector. No internship is too big or too small. And we're also asking for paid internships because of the hardship of our students having to travel to be there, housing, and things like that. And so the internship is one way to expose students to these fields and helping them. And what we say to a student, when you're getting ready to do the research, you just can't go, oh, I'm going to work at Xerox and be a this. Well, what do you know about that role? Do a little research. So they have to do a summary, a one-page summary to understand what they're getting into, and they get grades for their internships. But I think the exposure, you know, I'm sitting here thinking about this nuclear stuff, right? How do I expose my students to that? And I think all of you can help us, all the corporations can help us as we reach out for paid internships for summer. And also during the school year, some of our students will take a semester and work at a company in the spring and then come back in the fall because they are earning college credit. The highest time of your sales, you might say, look, we are hopping in December. So then maybe we need to have students with you in December so they can get that experience. We are open to all of those things, and I know every president in here is open to doing that.
And then we, as alumni, we have to take a risk. So we have to insist that we get some other people in the company that look like us. I remember taking a job at Y12 nuclear facility, and probably a year after I'd taken the job, I asked for all the new people in the room to stand up. There were about 50 African Americans who stood up. Now, that was 10 years ago, right? That they had an opportunity. You gotta get in the door to move up. But they had an opportunity, and now some of those employees are managers. They also, like I did, got my master's degree paid for. So opportunities is there, but we as alumni have to take some risks and bring some other people. Keep reaching down and bringing them up so they can trail the same road that we trailed. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much. Again, thanks to Tommy, thanks to Dr. Artis for allowing us to be part of this summit. We appreciate it, and thank you for listening.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. And we stopped and we had a celebration. I said, good morning, everybody. Good morning. There you go, much better, much better. My name is Dr. I serve as the National Public Policy Chair for the 100 Black Men of America. I'm a member of the 100 Black Men of Central Virginia, and I am elated to be here today with you all. We have a phenomenal discussion as a part of our National Summit for Sustainability of HBCUs, our HBCUs' role in the social justice movement, and key purposes behind investments. So we have a dynamic panel lined up for you all this morning, but before we get started, we'll be remiss if we did not first acknowledge our national chairman, Mr. Tommy W. Dorsch. Thomas W. Dorsch is not here right now, so we'll give him a round of applause. We have several of our key members and brothers here as well. But for the sake of time, we're going to move forward with the panel. I know we're running a little bit behind time, but we are going to get out of here on time because I have a date of some fish and grits and some shrimp and rice and all the gravy that New Orleans is known for, so we're going to get this show on the road. I give you all a very quick overview of what we're looking to do and discuss today. This panel of experts will share insights from real-world examples that will equip attendees with insights sight of different pathways to opportunities. Our goal is that you all learn our topics of social justice and for successful audience engagement. We want you all to think about collectively, what does it mean for us to have not only sustainability within our HBCUs, but what is the role of social justice, politics, as well as funding to sustain our illustrious institutions? Mr. Chambers, we'll start off with you. As an individual who's not only running for office, but has been a very strong advocate within the community, as you alluded to, for Southern University and others, how do you think it is best for us to advocate for sustainability, specifically when it comes to funding for our HBCUs? What can we do as a community?
I think as a community or institutions?
Well, both. I think that's okay. All right. See, I knew you're smart now. I know you got a 2-for-1.
I think that's a twofold question. I think as a community, our engagement with these institutions has to increase. I think that we have to figure out, what are the things that the institutions are doing and how do we plug into that? How do we get support to the lifeline of that? As a community, we also have to invest in the areas around these institutions, right? When we look at HBCUs and the communities that they're in, I've been fortunate enough, my biological father lives in Jacksonville, and when we moved to Jacksonville, he didn't want to go for FAMU, so he decided to go for Cookman. And that allowed us to travel all up and down the East Coast going to MEAC campuses. Well, every time I went to an HBCU, I knew when I was getting close because I was getting to the hood, right? And for me, that should not be a reflection. That has a government component. What is government doing to invest in the areas around HBCUs? The reflection of that, I've seen LSU and Baton Rouge get hundreds of millions of dollars in student housing. There's a grocery store on their campus now. But there are legislators that have advocated for that. There's federal as well as state resources that have helped to make those things happen. You have to have an elected leader who has the capacity to have collaboration in their mindset, but also a value for the institutions that exist, right? From the institution's perspective, I think that the institutions have to do a better job articulating their vision. Too often, people don't understand or know what the goal of the institution is to say whether or not they want to put some money into it. And I know we get these lofty proposals that are 180 pages, that all the doctors have put all the dots on and the T's on. But when you come talk to somebody like me, I don't care about a 500-page document, right? I care what are the 5 things that it does to increase the quality of life of people in this community. How does it make my city stronger? Does it create jobs in this community? And how are you going to grow your institution as a result of the investments that we make, whether that is philanthropic, whether that is private investment from your alumni, or whether that is from the federal government, right? I think those have to be a part of the conversation. A lot of times when I went into rooms with you illustrious folks, the conversation is so high that the people can't grab it, right? And I know that you're talking to people who are supposed to be smart, but the truth is smart people are not always commonly smart, right? And what's in it for me? What is in it for the community? What is in it for the stakeholders? How does everybody get a win out of the investment? And I think that when we begin to have the conversation from that lens, I think sustainability becomes easy.
Well said. Dr. Sid?
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I'm a fundraiser.
Yes, sir.
I raise money and I raise hell. Okay, let's tell it like it is. I'm not in this position by accident. It's a purpose. And I believe in the Holy Ghost. I believe in the Holy Ghost. And I think we don't give enough credit to God. Many times we forget from which we come. And I'm a product of Mississippi Valley State University. Got one of my honorary doctorates from there. I love HBCUs. But what is missing is the realness of leadership. And I have a lot of friends at HBCUs. But it is systemic in terms of the historicity of education. We have to get outside the box. Even with SCLC, why in the world you think they got me out of the Alabama State Senate to come to Atlanta to run SCLC? Because we were losing it. Didn't have a purpose, didn't have a vision. We were so successful. Right. We were so do is to build relationships. Relationship 101 is not taught in no college. I teach it very well, every day, through my examples. I don't write no proposal, I don't put out no requests in writing. I got somebody else to do that. I go and pick up the phone because I know certain folks at these major corporations that I work hard for. They said, still, we're going to give you $100,000, but it's not for SCLC. It's for your leadership. Hello? When HBCUs go around the world and build relationships, I got an office in Berlin. I got an office in Torino, Italy. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. When I mention that, everybody want to go to Brazil. Yeah, and that president just lost the other day. Thank God. Right. He wanted to be like Trump.
Right. Lula.
But when I go, yeah, that's right. But when I go to Brazil, black folks and white folks just cry. They said, because you in Dr. King's position, and I thought you forgot about us. So what HBCUs need to do? Call me, let's build a relationship. See, the two, hello, thank you for the one clap. See, what we got to realize, and I'm talking from experience, you don't be in this position for 16, 17 years and a former state senator and don't know what's going on, and my wife been married to me for 45 years, ain't left me yet, and I've been to jail 4 times and I can count. Hello, somebody, because I got a purpose. I die for my purpose. And I'm going to close with this. 5 points. This is the Charles Steelism that you need to understand. In the 5 points of priority. Number 1, economics. Number 2, politics. Or let me say this about politics. Politics has never freed the oppressed. The oppressed must free politics. I gave a speech the other day at one of the largest churches in Atlanta, 11 o'clock service. And I told them President Barack Obama did a great job. And everybody started clapping. I said, it represents America. But he didn't represent black folks. And I'll say that anywhere. Why? Because he in this systemic system of racism. And racism has nothing to do with the pigmentation of your skin. Racism is to exclude the unwanted. You got some black folk who are the biggest racists in the world. They don't care about nobody but their folk and no more. I rest my case for right now. But I got 3 more. Law enforcement, number 3. Media, number 4. Then education. Why education not number 1? Because when you have economics, you control the politics, and you go to education. The reason that we don't have black elected officials, no elected officials represent us, because we ain't got no money. Hello, somebody, thank you. Thank you. See, black folks don't like to hear the truth. And I don't fool with no scared Negro, because a scared Negro get you killed. I don't fool with them. So if you don't stand up, come on now. You're not stand up there and talk. I got something to say.
You didn't say it.
I got something to say. Don't call me if you don't want to hear the truth. I'm ready to die right now for the truth. I'm 76 years old, and every time I see my friends, they say, I never thought you would make it to this. Because you tell the truth. Racism is what's destroying us. America has never been healed from a racist society. I heard Kamala Harris say, America's not racist. And I love Kamala. She said it's not racist. I heard her say it to Robin Roberts on Good Morning America. How in the hell can you say hell is in the Bible? They encourage me. It's in the Bible.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Steele. Those are powerful remarks. We might need to get the holy water for you. Collection plate 1. Mrs. Steele, Sister Morgan, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I'll just add something really quickly. I think that graduating from Dillard, I think getting the students to speak up more, getting them to engage with the alumni and getting them to engage with the community. And like Gary said, just actually having the community engage with the students more too. So we need to see that, because during Hurricane Ida, I actually had students call me asking, for donations and I think that really made me feel like I was not really obligated, but I wanted to give back to my school at that point, because for a long time, I wasn't still thinking about Dillard, but when the students really, because I have a lot going on with the community, so when the students reached out to me, I felt like, okay, I need to step up for Dillard. And also, organizations reaching back and getting those students to come work at those organizations and volunteer with organizations that's doing the work on the ground. So I think those two things really help.
Thank you, Morgan. I think that's a phenomenal point. I want to add on to that, if I may, with a follow-up question. I currently serve as the Political Science Department Chair at Virginia State University. And got all 3 of my degrees from HBCUs. And as a former elected official, contrary to what Dr. Steele said, we don't got no black electeds who willing to die. We have another talk later. But in any event, Morgan, to your point, so when you say that, when Hurricane Ida came, and I know throughout this region, you all have had a great deal of hurricanes and several tragedies revolving around weather, but you made a very poignant point, if you will, specifically when it talked about students calling you during a very horrific time, and that connection between alumni and community and students. How do you believe that we better facilitate that relationship? I know Dr. Steele talked about how there has to be a relationship when you pick up the phone, but it sounds as if you're doing it. So how do we duplicate that, and how do more of us do that, if you will?
Engagement. Visiting, going back, reaching back. That's the only way we can find out the stories. And also, too, I think they have like media, well, I know Dillard is known for like their media department, so just highlighting different stories of the students that attend those universities, because when I talk to them, they want to be involved in what's going on in New Orleans. And we need that. We need those people we need those young people who are passionate about helping one another. So I think just really getting their stories out there will really engage more alumni to continue to come back and help out.
Yeah, well said, well said. Gary, it seems as if you had a couple comments you wanted to share. Anything you like to add, my brother? No? Okay. Let's go back to the Honorable Dr. Steele. Dr. Steele, now we're not gonna let you give another sermon, okay? I'm just giving you a hard time, brother. I'm just giving you a hard time, brother. But I do want to ask this question. We're talking specifically about sustainability, and you are a fundraiser at heart, as you alluded to. Well, it sounds like you're an activist and a leader at heart, and you also fundraise.
I told you the 2 things.
2 things you do, yes, sir.
Raise hell and raise money.
Raise hell and raise money. How do we embolden more of our HBCU leaders, to carry that same philosophy?
Kingdom philosophy.
Can you use your mic, sir? I'm sorry.
Kingdom philosophy.
Okay.
I teach that all over the world.
Okay.
Number 1, gather information. I hope you get this information I'm giving you, because you ain't gonna get it from the average person, because they don't have the experience now that they put their life on the line. President Mikhail Gorbachev just passed. I had an office when he was active 10 years ago in Moscow. I had an office in Ukraine. Travel there on a regular basis. When I get off the plane, folks bowing to me. Not because I'm president and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, but because of African Americans. We have given up so much, but most black folks, Negroes, are afraid to go across the pond. I'll be in Israel 2 months from now, speaking. Got an office in Bethlehem. One day trained the Palestinians, the next day the state of Israel, right across the street. Kingdom philosophy. We got to be trained and healed. Black folks never been healed. What's destroying us is jealousy. Hello, somebody. And they come into play. That's what got Dr. King killed. And I know who killed him. And among black folks. And we got to have it rooted out and got to be healed from that evilness of being jealous of one another. Even in the civil rights movement. That's why Dr. King was killed. They couldn't have killed him had not some folks around him giving out information. When he got on Time Magazine, the Man of the Year, that did it. 2 reasons, I'm gonna shut up. 2 reasons Dr. King was killed. His opposition to the Vietnam War. You ain't gonna get this at no school and read no book. I got first-hand information. Number 2, the Poor People Campaign. Because this is what he said 6 months before he was killed. He talking to Harry Belafonte in his condo in New York. I spoken at. Yeah, I spoken at Riverside Church where he came out with his opposition to the Vietnam War. His board didn't even support it. Daddy King said, let him get out there by himself. If y'all scared Negroes don't want to support him, let him go. That's why Dr. King is known over the world. He said, Harry, I think I have integrated my people into a burning house. Amen. Come on now, let's talk real. Right. He said, Doc, what are you talking about? He said, I forgot about the economics. Woo! That's good. Woo! See, we thought the integration was going to bring by everything, and we done lost the 1965 voting rights act, and you have a black president. Politics! I've been a state senator, soon to be senator. I've been a state senator. It ain't politics. It's the oppressed coming together to bring about a united front so we can eradicate all the ills of this society. Dr. King last summer was going to be. He called his mama on that Friday before he was assassinated. He said, Mama, my next sermon is going to be at Ebenezer this coming Sunday. What's the title of it, Martin? America just might go to hell. That's what he said. Now the promising note is just might. America still got a chance, but it's up to us. We got to free us and America and this society. You know why? Because we're the chosen ones. I was told that in Israel. We're the chosen ones. We got to stand up against this bigotry and hatredness that's going on. But you can't be a scared Negro, because a scared Negro get you killed.
Well said. I have a follow-up question for him, but I want you to add your comments.
So I think, my brother, he got me stomping over here like in church. When Rev says something you agree with, you just got to tell the folks, right? I really think that when we look at HBCU sustainability, we got to be honest that HBCUs, in many ways, have neglected their community component. All right. We're not engaged in the issues of the day. And let me give you an example. I was the lead spokesperson for Alton Sterling's family when he was killed by the police in Baton Rouge. Southern University students were in the streets of Baton Rouge every single day. The presidents, the board members were not. Now, if you want to get engagement with your young people, you have to care about what they care about. Because saying that you want young people to care about politics, but you don't care about the issues that they care about and the way that they care about it, is not going to get them over. You have a black man running for the United States Senate right now in the state of Louisiana, right? Actually, which HBCUs have mobilized their student bases behind us? Come on. Not a one. Come on. Not a one. Come on. Matter of fact, when we get ready to go on campus, they started talking about all these rules. We got the power to come talk to them. But a white man in Texas, Beto, he all on Texas Southern campus. Come on. Right? All that Prairie View. When we want to have a conversation about what we want to do, the leadership's politics, right, cannot interfere with the politics of the community.
Yeah.
That's right. Too often, we have leadership, whether it's the board, and to any presidents, I'm sorry for y'all. I really am. I understand y'all dealing with some board members that problematic. Okay? I'm gonna keep it 100 that when we look at our institutions, who appoints the board?
Governor.
The governor, right? So if the governor is not a friend of us and they have control over appointing us, then the people who are on the board, I don't care if you're a alumni, don't mean you're good.
That's right.
What's the proof then? Why can I have proof? I can look at Scotland here right now. There was a conversation a few years ago, and I'm glad there ain't no Southern board leadership in it, but it's the truth. All right? There's a conversation about a building in Scotlandville that wanted to be purchased. There was a group of young black men that wanted to purchase it, and Southern University wanted to purchase it. Well, we fought against Southern purchasing the building. Why? Because Southern owned a ticket office on Scotland Avenue right now. That's been dilapidated for 10, 15 years and had no investment. You got buildings on campus that you didn't take care of, that students are walking around every day. So there are young men in the community building right now, making an investment. We gonna give the building to the institution that ain't making an investment already? No. Why isn't the institution saying, how can we partner with these young black men in our community that are making this investment, right? Why are we looking at all of these people that are talking about investment and development? It don't matter if they went to your institution. Why are we not having more speaker series at every HBCU in the country, bringing every radical idea to your campuses to talk to your students? If you want them to be engaged, right? If your social media for your HBCU is managed by somebody over 50, you have a problem. You have a problem. If you don't have videographers all over your campus in a TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram world, you have a problem. You can't communicate a message off the campus talking about newspapers. You got a newspaper on your campus and don't have a website for it.
You're good. You're good.
But you want people to be invested and engaged in the institution.
So I think you both make very. I'm sorry. No.
It didn't call on.
No. So I love this debate, right? And I love this philosophical debate and teaching, if you will. So now, I guess I would put on my HBCU administrator hat, and I think that there are two things in which both of you alluded to, and in my personal estimation, we are leaving out. One, there's no forgetting that, Dr. King, a proud Morehouse man, to Dr. Steele's point, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Obviously, we can't debate firsthand accounts in which you're there. But I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that Dr. King's involvement in the Vietnam War was initially inspired and encouraged by his wife, Coretta, who Ms. Corey, who was the original speaker, outer, if you will, in the King family in regards to the Vietnam War, and told Martin, right, so we have to acknowledge Dr. King. Well, I spoke to a few people, but in any event, it was Coretta who said, Martin, I'm going to speak out about this because this is wrong, and whether or not you come along is on you. But I'm going to speak out on this because this isn't right. And eventually he came and spoke about it, and we saw his quote-unquote approval rate plummet. It's well known Dr. King had a 25% approval rating across the country prior to his demise, as he was also planning the Poor People's Campaign, as you alluded to. Jealousy, I think, is one part of what killed Dr. King. But in my personal estimation, as to Brother Chambers' points, Senator Chambers' points, infrastructure is a problem.
Yes, sir.
But I think both of those are byproducts and not the root cause. The root cause is white supremacy. Because white supremacy is what can tell a nation of people that Dr. King isn't your quote-unquote leader, and the FBI can create COINTELPRO and try to do everything in which they can to destroy him, even amongst our own, and eventually lead to killing him. It's white supremacy on a government level, in my personal estimation, that leads to the lack of funding for our institutions not being able to take care of those same buildings in which you're alluding to. Because those buildings are based, HBCU funding for state schools are based on a particular formula.
So it is important, it would be beholden of HBCU president. Let's take Southern University, whom I don't know their president, but I know my president. He's going to be new, right. So if a president has, as you alluded to, a board of visitors or a board of directors who are, quote unquote, very friendly with the governor has appointed them, they have similar political philosophies. If that president wants to be able to maintain and do his job the best he can for his students, although he may have political and philosophical differences with his board, he's going to have to play nice, quote unquote, in some regard to be able to receive what little funding that we know they are getting as is. So how would you say you still get funding, but you're still going to be bold and quote unquote courageous and tell the governor off? Help me understand that.
Not one time did I say tell the governor off, did I?
Correct. Not one time. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I said be where your people are. I have been in Baton Rouge my whole life almost. I've only lived outside of Baton Rouge 5 years of my life. Right. I ain't never seen a president of Southern University show up at a protest. Okay.
Valid.
Right. And if you then want the people to show up about the things that are important to you, the institutions need to show up to the things that are important to the people in the community. Right. At the times that these things happen, all of the important Negroes get in the room and start talking about how to mitigate damages.
I agree.
Okay? How do we not become a part of the controversy? We want to be a part of the solution.
Agreed.
That's the conversation that's happening, right?
Correct.
Being a part of the solution is making sure that you are being present for the children in your community. That's being a part of the solution on the front side. When we talk about what I'm looking for from board leadership when it comes to the legislature and the governor, I'm talking about just the courage. When did Southern University put a statement out about Ronald Reagan to the governor?
Southern
University is the only HBCU system in the world. In the world. Okay? They got a campus in Shreveport, they got a campus in New Orleans, they got 3-4 campuses in Baton Rouge on one campus. Okay? Right? All of these dignified educators, we got more judges from Southern University Law than almost any HBCU law school in the country. Right? Which means that we have been concerned about justice all these years. Right? When you want to get your people in your community involved with helping you advocate for that funding, helping you put the pressure on the governor, Southern can't call the people and ask us to go out there and raise hell about your funding when you won't raise hell about nothing that's important to us or support those things.
Well said.
Right? The other piece of it, when we look at what we're looking for in leadership, even if you can't be a frontline person, you can have resources from the institution attached to the things that are going on in the community. Right? Too often, when tragedy happens in our communities, when things happen, we are looking for other places to solve our problems when we have an institution in most of our communities that is black, that has highly educated, qualified people that are involved, but we are not unleashing them into our communities. The only thing we're concerned about is the money. How do we make it bigger and better? How do we get more students here? You get more students by being engaged. Jackson State right now, okay, everybody talking about Jackson State and Coach Prime, beyond the success of the football team, beyond the pizzazz of Coach Prime, right? They got a leader in there who was willing to listen to what the masses of people are interested in and figure out how do I bring them to my table. When the brother talked about relationships, that is the greatest currency of life.
Correct.
That is the greatest currency of life. If you are not managing the relationships to be able to say to CEOs and advocates in your community, we need to have a table together, then you're not successfully building a institution that will be here longer for our communities. And the reason I say that is, why is it that in Baton Rouge, and I'm going to use my hometown consistently, that LSU brings more people? When I heard Sean King, it wasn't at Southern. It was at LSU. When Maya Angelou came to Baton Rouge, it wasn't at Southern. It was at LSU. Right? Those are the things that are attracting our young black talent to those institutions. Right? The people they want to hear are going to PWIs because PWIs ain't scared of controversy. They bring crazy white folks
folks on their campuses. So much so, Penn State just last week had people running one of them MAGA folks off their campus. The students were storming out protesting. The guy was running to the car trying to get out of there, right? Well, to students who are woke, quote unquote, well, hell, I'm gonna go to Penn now. They're running people off the campus. How engaged are you in the things that, if we want to talk about sustainability, it's not just the government money, because Southern don't get $800 million to redo the whole campus next year. Am I right about that, brother? Mm-hmm. They'll get $800 million to redo the whole campus. My question is, when the money comes, when the new buildings come, when all of the shiny trinkets are there, are more people gonna be there? Because you've changed the way you engage with the people in your communities. I didn't get here because I have a degree. I don't have one. Didn't never go to college. I've been to college a day in my life. Okay? I didn't get here because I have a politically connected family. My mother is a school teacher and my daddy was a janitor. I didn't get here because I was so articulate. I got here because I was consistent in showing up for my people. And every time I went viral, it was because I was in my community, showing up for my people. And I built a bigger audience. And every time all of the important Negroes told me no, my people told me yeah. Right. And if we get that philosophy, your board will respond to you because your community gonna be on their doorsteps. Your board will respond to you, your governor will respond to you because your community will be walking with you. The governor of Louisiana don't like me. I don't give a damn. I got the people. And the people put him there. And every president of every HBCU can get the people. Why? You got the institution.
Sister Morgan, I want to come back to you before these brothers get the collection plate passed along. Very impassioned talks with both of you brothers. I always appreciate it, man. No, thank you, seriously. So Ms. Morgan, you are through and through New Orleans, NOLA as y'all call it, crawfish, all that good stuff, right? When you talked about engagement and saying that there needs to be relationship building, I can't emphasize, and I think we've also heard from the brothers how important that is also. How do you believe that, as Brother Chambers and I think also Dr. Steele talked about, how do you believe that we get our institutions to stop being so scary? So I think that's what kind of it boils down to. You call them scary Negroes, I got you. I feel you, Dr. Steele. I feel like you're gonna box me in a minute. but Morgan, how do you believe that we create a level of boldness within our HBCUs to say, you know what, we're going to, as Brother Chambers said, get our presidents, and if it's not the president, we're going to be able to get on the front line and speak up about some of these things that are going on. What's your advice for doing that?
Collectiveness. I think a lot of times we just, like if Dillard doing something, they just doing it on their own. If Xavier doing something, they just doing it on their own. So it's like if we don't create some type of community within Dillard, Xavier, Southern, Sunu, Grambling, it's like we just all kind of have a disconnect, I think. And it's been going on for so long, so I feel like if we figure out some type of way to form a collective pack where if one of us have issues, we all can make one phone call and then we have a collective group that comes out and stand up against those things. Just like I feel like Spelman and Morehouse, they have that brother-sister relationship. We need to create that within all the HBCUs in our area. So I think that can really create change once we all come together.
Well said, thank you. Dr. Steele, yes. Unity, collectiveness, I agree, thank you. Dr. Steele, same question. How do you believe in which we embolden our HBCU leaderships to be able to get out here on the front lines?
I think I just told you, you can't be afraid.
Well, you got to get your courage from somewhere.
You can't, I just told you what I believe in, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. We don't give God enough credit. Man, I'm on a not mission, I'm on a purpose.
Yes, sir.
There's a difference between a mission and a purpose. A mission is a piece of paper that runs out. A purpose is built from heaven all the way down to you in your inner workings. You'll die for it. It never runs out. we got to teach that. Then folks can go and live the life of a purpose life rather than being an important Negro. Now, for HBCUs, you got to run it like a business. That's why I came to SCOC. Hello, talk to me, sister. Come on, man. Let's get to the real fact. I love you, President. I love all the presidents. Most of them are my friends. Academic, you do it. You do the academic. But you need to have your vice president to be a business person. They shouldn't even put their foot on campus. They out there raising money. Now, this thing is about money. You know why you can't hold the HBCUs? And I'm one of the ones who stood up and got the first HBCU All-Star game during the NCAA tournament. I got something to say. That was this past year. They sitting there mumbling and something when I came there talking like I'm talking, willing to die for it. The coach from Tennessee State, who used to be the coach, got everything he wanted, and we celebrated right here in New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
Because we took a stand. Thurgood Marshall, as great of a attorney as he was, great man, I respect, but he didn't like Dr. King. Hello? Did you know that? You've been studying.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that? Am I telling the truth?
John Lewis neither.
Don't talk about my friend.
And we don't have to all like each other. We don't have to like each other, right? I'm with you. Maybe I should have said that out loud.
No, you just keep.
Yeah.
John's was a very good friend of mine. But the point is, we have different philosophies and different beliefs. You know, John Lewis and I got in some of the biggest arguments it ever was. But we came out together. We came out together. So what I'm saying is that you put the legal work over here, direct action in the middle, and all civil rights organizations say they civil rights, they are not civil rights. That's what you got to understand and distinguish. And I ain't calling no names.
Yes, sir.
But I'm here this morning.
Yeah.
I'm calling my name. Charles Steele Jr., President, CEO of SCLC, will die for the freedom of his people. And I'm going to stand up. Good example. And this is going to bring it to HBCU. I'm going to shut up. Listen to them. I go to Cleveland, Ohio. Listen to this story. I go to Cleveland, Ohio once a week. Little country boy from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Been in Atlanta 18 years. But I go to Cleveland, Ohio once a week. Why are you going there, Steve? Because we get ready to shut down Sherwin-Williams, the paint company. Hello? I marched for the mayor, 34-year-old young man, Mayor Gill. I marched for him. I took a whole weekend and went to Cleveland. Doc, we dealing with Sherwin-Williams. Don't forget when you get in office, you got to support us. Because Sherwin-Williams will not have a black at the top. What they call a partnership. In other words, they saying, nobody black gonna get no money. It's all about the money. You got 9 black city councilmen, all this time HBCU, a lot of them HBCUs. 9 black city councilmen out of 17. Guess whose side they on?
Right.
Sherwin-Williams. I was supposed to speak to the Black Caucus. That's why HBCUs can't survive. I was supposed to speak in Columbus, Ohio, to the Black Caucus. Oh, they was all excited. Still, you gonna come to us? I'm gonna shut it down. I'm coming, but I'm gonna shut it down. That's me. Because I'm gonna shut it down with the truth. Soon as Sherwin-Williams found out I was coming, they told me we're gonna take our money back from your weekend of celebration of the Black Caucus. Weekend and being a sponsor. We're gonna take it back if you bring Steele in here. Guess what they did?
Said you can't come.
Don, I'm sorry, but you can't come. Woo! Now, how much is that going on in Congress? Huh? How much is that going on in other states? y'all see. It said Brown versus Board of Education, 1954. Direct action, not sitting up here acting like a big shot.
Right.
Man, I own several buildings, consultant building, 2 funeral homes. Well, one now. I have one that'll be 100 years old before I say a year. I don't have to do this, but I got a what? A purpose. Dr. King said, gather information, number 1. You all know all the information, but who are you telling it to? President Barack Obama, did you know about 1965 voter rights bill gonna be gutted? Section 4 and Section 5. You have a bullet pulpit. You going back to state rights. You were going back to Jim Crow. There ain't nobody saying nothing. I was there when they gutted it. Not on the inside, on the outside. When 50 people said, please don't gut the 1965 Voter Rights Act. Should have been 50 million out there, but nobody told them, still you crazy, you still going to jail, you still marching. What if President Barack Obama would have made a relationship and a partnership with us? What if his office would have said, we join y'all. Don't get a Negro disease called amnesia and you forget where you come from.
Yes, sir.
I rest my case.
Thank you, Dr. Steele.
You asked a question about how do we give or teach courage.
Yes, sir.
Do it scared. First time I was standing up in front of the governor and I was challenging him. We were trying to get an emergency room in North Baton Rouge. We got it, but they were doing it, and the governor funded a project that would create 11 jobs. But it was a community project that would have created 64 jobs in the same, with less money, lesser investment, same type of project. We would have gotten an emergency room. One project cost $8 million, the other project cost $22 million. The $8 million project created 64 permanent jobs. The $20 million project created 8 permanent jobs, right? Why? Because it was already a business that was there. They were just going to expand and create a few more jobs versus making an investment in a new business coming into our community. I stood up at this event and I stand in the back of the room with all the important black folks there, the governor there, he about to do this thing. And I didn't agree with the way that our leaders had just basically said, well, we're going to go with what he said, even if it doesn't create more jobs, even if it's not the bigger plan. The governor said this, so we're going to go with it. I stood in the back of the room, my knees were shaking, my hands were sweating. The press were there. I ain't never talked to the governor before. I ain't never told this man, and I know that I don't have no backup because every black person in the room gonna think that, well, why he had to come up here and say that to me, right? I was scared. I said it anyway. And he had some snappy response, and I felt like I might have had one to come back, but I couldn't come back that day. I came another day. Scared again. Knees shaking, hands sweating, right? Because sometimes you do get scared. That courage comes from experience. Okay? You got to go out there and if I kill a man the first time, well, hell, bring the life. Right? if that's the deal, once you've tested a small thing, then the bigger thing isn't a challenge. And I'm not saying that every one of us is going to end up at the steps of the gap, because I started off with my hands shaking. My knees shaking, my hands sweating. There's videos of me standing on top of state capitol steps saying, John Bell, they say he's a good white man. Be a good white man. Right? Because he's a Democrat, he's a governor that was elected with 750,000 votes, 450,000 votes black. He's the governor of Louisiana because black people put him there. And we ought to put a demand on it. When we talk about board leadership too, yes, I wrote down, I said, we don't need board leaders who are just good people but add no value. Right. Or politically connected but add no value. If you can't raise no money, you're a board member, why you a board member? Hello. Okay? If you're a board member who does not help the president of your institution raise money, then the people who are the alumni should be telling the governor, don't give us no more board members who your friends. That's right. That's right. Don't give us no more board members who went with
votes for you. Because that's how we get our board members a lot of times. The person in the region who mobilized the most votes, we get preachers on the board that way, we get lawyers on the board that way, because you raise $150,000 for the government, raise $150,000 for the institution after that. Right? If we are going to talk about how we get there through having the courage to tell the governor, listen, when you get ready to make this next slate of appointments as the president of this institution, these are my hurdles. I don't have board members that are helping us raise money. I know they're your friend, I know they're good people, I know all of that stuff. And if you have not built a rapport with the governor of your state, where you can walk in the room and have that conversation, that's step one. Because you ought to be able, whether they're Republican or a Democrat. Sometimes I prefer a Republican. Because at least I can go in there and call them racist. Right? When you start dealing with Democrats, oh, well, I hired all these black people in my administration, they make you look good. You didn't hire no black folk that was unqualified. Right? How many black folk got a degree in the room? Every job you got, you earned it, didn't you? Okay? So when somebody give us a government job, that ain't no favor to us. That's a favor to them, because black folk ain't get these jobs unqualified. Right. That's what happens for white men. They can fail up. Happens all the time. Donald Trump failed to the presidency. This man had more bankruptcies in hotels than probably anybody else, and they say he is a phenomenal businessman. Inflation is high as hell right now. We blame Joe Biden. How we got here? A shit don't turn overnight. Right? Speedboats do. The United States government is a ship. What a president does today, you won't see the impact of it most times for 2 to 3 years. You see some things immediately. Infrastructure passed last year. Where the money at? Right? Joe Biden put Mitch Landrieu over infrastructure. Anybody ever drove on the New Orleans street? Because we appoint people to positions because of relationship, not actually efficiency. Now you got a man that was the mayor of New Orleans. Got some of the worst streets in the They got potholes in New Orleans you could stand in. And Joe Biden made him over infrastructure. Why? Who was the person helping make appointments in the Biden administration from Louisiana? Y'all know his name. Okay, right? And all the Greenfield, and I'm making a point with this. Greenfield, the secretary to the UN, where's she from?
Louisiana.
Baker, Louisiana. Right? Because somebody who got an important position, when they got in the position, they said, let me go find everybody from where I'm from, with a skill, with a talent, with an ability, and put them in position. Right? Don't matter if they was great or not. Pothole Mitch is running infrastructure. Now the sister is talented, all right? She should be there. And that's an example of the two. That we should be able to have honest conversations with the leaders that we are walking into these rooms with and say, if I was a senator, I would went to President Biden. I know you ain't gonna put him over infrastructure. And that's what we have to do when we have these conversations with the governors of our states about our HBCUs. We have to be willing to say, don't give me nobody that can't actually add value to my institution. It doesn't do good that you can give a good speech. It doesn't do good that you can make people come to an event. If you can't raise no money for this institution, you are not of value as a board member, in my opinion. We have enough academicians. We have enough people with the knowledge and the experience to know how to do process and procedure. We don't need more oversight. We need people who can go out there and come up with witty ideas, raise money, and then bring that money to sustainable plans that actually people can see an investment in. The last thing I'm gonna say is, if you ask people for their money, and then they don't see no fruit on the other end, that's why you don't get more.
That's right. That's right.
That's why you don't get more. The reason people continue to give money to the efforts that I do is because they continue to see he don't never stop. He don't ever stop. And that's the same thing for any of us in leadership, whatever position, whatever capacity you're in. People are looking to see, if I put an investment here, how long does it take for the harvest to come? And if the harvest is delayed a long time and you're not articulating why that delay exists, then a barrier of trust is broken. Trust is lost by the lost by the barrel, earned by the drop. Lost by the barrel, earned by the drop. Whether that is, so if nothing with it, that's the barrel spilled over. And you only gonna get it back by the drop, by every little deed that you do to show the community how committed you are to making those resources work for them. And that's how we, in my opinion, get to long-term. You do it scared, but be honest about the needs of your institution. And if you know you got weak board members, I would have a note for every time my board member was doing something that was contradictory to the institution. And I would be able to go into my conversation with the governor or whomever I'm talking to and cite out why this person is a problem. Because at the end of the day, those 6 years usually outlast the president. You get appointed to a board term, and then what, the president get 3 years. You can't turn these institutions around in 3 years.
Well said. Let's give him a round of applause for that. We are now at the portion of the event where we would like to have a few questions and answers. So does anyone have a question in which they'd like to ask? We have a mic here. We can get this mic over to you. Anybody have a question? And don't be shy. I heard a lot of amen and hallelujah. Nobody got any questions? My dear sister here, you have a question? Okay, oh, we have one. Okay, we got a couple. All right. If you don't mind, please say your name and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Naomi Wisham. I'm a skin therapist in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My question is, because y'all have already said we have scared Negroes in our system, what do we do with them there now? Because like Mr. Chambers said, they have 6 years on the board. So what do we do right now with them? And moving forward, how do we not replace them with more scared Negroes?
I'll take a shot at that.
We know you are. Go ahead.
I'll be remiss if I just say hello to my friend, Mr. Tommy Deutsch.
Our national chairman.
Yes.
Thomas
I'm gonna ask you a question. When I first came to, and this is part of to Atlanta, from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, he's the man that gave me a reception. First in Atlanta, and had a fundraiser for me, and been my friend ever since, because this is a very tough job. I just want to thank him publicly. First of all, I have a saying that says, the diameter of your mind determines the circumference of your environment. What am I talking about? The way you think and the way you have a purpose, not a mission, you will associate your environment with those same type of people. So, in order to change the boards in terms of HBCUs, private and publicly, we must have people with a purpose. First of all, and you said it, they got some money. They got to have money on my board. Or they complain like I don't like 40 going north. And you asking for $1,000 dues. Right. They get distracted, they got to go to the restroom. I'm just saying, over the years, not just the board, over the years. But what I discovered with all of that disruption, Negroes raise hell because they don't have no money. That's a fact. They complain, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Presider. They complain because they don't have the ability, not the purpose of bringing economics. SCLC can't, I'm gonna use, because I'm here, I'm gonna use SCLC. We can't run this organization for free. Had a young man in jail in Fulton County the other day, came from Birmingham, Alabama. Gonna play on the fact I'm from Alabama, you know. And I spent 2 weeks trying to get the young man out of jail. Thank God we got him out of jail. But then you got black folks in position in these jail places treat you inhumanely. They treat you like you're not a human. And no respect. But the sheriff, who I know very well, I call that sheriff, he took care of it. Sheriff LeBack in Fulton County took care of the problem. So what I'm saying to you, young lady, don't hang around folks who don't have a purpose. You cannot afford, had someone call me this morning, every time I talk to them, they put me down. And that's a close friendship. This friend put her down. What do I need to do? Stop talking to her. Being a leader is a very lonely position. Woo! I'm gonna say that again. To be a leader and to take a stand, I mean a real stand, because they know when you stand. They know when you about the truth. They know that you're standing for a purpose, and they'll get jealous of that. Then they'll start lies on you, saying you this and you that. But the fact being, don't listen to the lies. Stay focused on your purpose. But I don't want to be on no board being appointed by the government or no politician. The board should really, and then you need to march and demonstrate for that. The board needs to go and petition the government and the legislative process. Hell, I was a senator for 10 years on the city council for 8 years. I was elected for 18 years. I'm one of the reasons we got Mercedes-Benz, because I said, we're not going to get no subcontracts. We want the real contract. And you know what the real contract is? Involuntary, in terms of the opportunities that you're going to receive. Involuntary reparation. Involuntary reparations. I want my money. Not enough of us talking like that. Sherman Williams is the racist company in the world, and he got 9 black city council people and a black mayor in Cleveland, Ohio. I call them out everywhere I go, and they supporting that racism. Same in schools. When you have presidents and board members not doing what they should be doing. And let me just say this. There are a lot of community colleges around. I hear black schools saying, oh, they knocking us out of our students. They recruited the students we were having. You know what I say? You need to go build a relationship with the community college.
Everyone of
Hello? Because they're going to be there for 2 years. Get them to come to your school to find 2 years. But that's too much like work. Relationship is everything in life. Relationship. You don't know who got to give you some water. You don't know when you're going to have a stroke. You better build relationships, and it first start with God. Thank you.
I think you have to lead by example. The original question, that's what I heard.
Well, she asked specifically, right? We have a few of them.
I don't get rid of it.
Right.
So, Mayor Jackson's last speech, the mayor of Atlanta, his last speech was Scared Negro Syndrome. A lot of folks don't know that because there wasn't no YouTube back then for the speech to be all over the place. For me, I talk about, in Baton Rouge, the median income for black folks is $42,000. For white people, it's $84,000. I talk about $60,000 Negroes. People who are between the gap where you feel like you're achieving white wealth and where black people are. Those folks have a concern about the job, the livelihood, the children's future, the credit card debt that lets them go on a couple of trips every now and then, that makes them different than those of us who still live north of the Mason-Dixon line in our communities, right? For us, every time I have gone to a city council meeting, I've witnessed a legislator or an elected official become a little older the next time. I'm not looking for people to become me. I'm not looking for a bunch of Gary Chamberses or a bunch of any of us to be duplicated. I'm looking for you to be the best you can be in advocating for us, right? That whatever authentically is your way of communicating these issues,
that you do those things, because you're going to say it in a way that's different than the way I say it, and you may reach somebody that I don't reach, right? I think that we want us to be monolithic in our advocacy, and we don't have to be. I'm not saying we all got to be loud. We don't all have to raise our voice like me and my brother here. We don't all have to be bombastic. But we do all have an obligation to use our platforms and our voices, right? And I think that when you set your example in front of people, other people naturally follow that example. Sometimes in our communities, we just have not seen an example in such a long time. Because the reality is, after Dr. King and them died, after that generation, we started getting these corporate jobs, we started going into these positions and building wealth in the way that we were. And so the advocacy piece of it for many of us stepped away, right? There's a generation of black folk who didn't have to advocate in the same way because a generation before did so. As a result, we are now advocating because of the limits that some of them were able to walk through. And I'm not saying that it was easy by any stretch of the imagination, but easier than the generation that came before them. And so they were focused on getting out of the hood, building black wealth, making sure that their families were sustainable, putting their kids in good schools, and then our neighborhoods crumbled. Right? And then Pookie and Ray Ray started shooting each other because Dr. So-and-so wasn't on the same block no more. Right? In Stuyvesant, there were a strip of black businesses right there by Southern University. Then all the professors lived in Southern Heights, right off of Southern's campus and in Park Vista neighborhood. And then the neighborhoods right around that, all of the people who worked at the institution or were supportive of the institution were living in those communities. Right? Well, it's an ecosystem at that point. Because the black wealth is still in the black community. The black wealth is no longer in the black community, therefore the black community is crumbling.
That's right. Well said. Sister Morgan, would you care to provide any comments?
Yeah, I want to say like empowerment. Continue to empower each other, because for me, I think a lot of the things that I do, if I didn't see my peers doing it, then I would have thought it never could be possible. So just continuing to lead by that example and constantly reminding each other that you have this power within you. Because when we bike and vote and we all vote together, a lot of the time some people come just to support each other, but then they end up voting. Why? Because that's what everybody else is doing. And really, literally, I had a friend, he was incarcerated and he came on a ride, he just came home. Well, he came home like a year or two before that. And he came out to the event and we were riding. And we got in front of City Hall, and he was like, I wonder if I can vote. And we was like, let's go see. So we all went in, and he was able to vote, and everybody in that clap. And it just showed me how powerful just being there with somebody else and reminding them that we're all doing this and you can do it too. So that was really powerful to me to continue to do this work, because I know, like, people, when we see each other doing it, we feel empowered.
Well said. Any other questions? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Walters, president of Tougaloo College. And Tougaloo is known for its social justice activism. The president of Jackson State and I have marched together intentionally with our students. He's taking the risk to leave us back as he was state institution. Intentionally had the mask. Jackson State and Tougaloo had a lot of students out there. One of the things that Tougaloo does, and has done forever, is have convocations. So we have private schools in here, they have convocations. For some schools, it's chapel, it's church, but for Tougaloo, it's a social justice experience. It's every Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And the classes do not meet on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 o'clock, just because of convocation on Wednesday. So we bring speakers in from everywhere. Derek is there from NAACP, the founder of Black Lives Matter. You know, every week we have somebody parading in. My question for the two, for the lady on the left, what's your name again? Morgan. Okay, and then the soon-to-be senator. What can I do to motivate students to be there to hear these speakers? It is mandatory that they come. It's mandatory for the faculty. Yet, we can't get our young people, the masses. I'm not talking about the top 10%. I'm talking about the masses. How do we motivate them to be in the room, to hear these speakers. Many times, I'm sitting there looking, now the freshman has to be in one location, so I can look and see half my freshmen still in bed. You know, I have a high school on campus, well, you can make them, right? So they're all sitting there, my seniors and my juniors. How do we get them engaged to say, this is your role, this is your responsibility, we're turning all of this over to you in a little bit. So give me your feedback on that.
How do you make it sexy?
Absolutely.
How do you make it sexy? That's the question, right? I think that you got to trick young people. Bring a rapper with them, right? Don't just bring the president of the NAACP. Bring the president of the NAACP and give me a rapper, Lil Baby, right? Don't too often. I think that we are investing in hip hop for our homecoming concerts and Spring Fest and all of these other things like that. And we should be bringing them to the tables with our leaders, our thought leaders. And here's the reason I say that. We don't get to talk to them. I don't get to talk to Lil Baby, but you can make that happen. Because the institution can put us both in the room and make us both have a private lunch together before we go in and do this panel discussion with the students, right? That we both get to talk about entrepreneurship and their career and how they've evolved into this. You have a great alumnus, Dr. Lakeisha Hallman, a really good friend of mine, right? We work tirelessly about figuring out how do we connect things to make it attractive. Her store in Atlanta, right, is sexy. It's not just in the Village Market, it's trendy. It's got all of the things that make it look good. If you ask a bunch of young people to come sit in this room and listen to this panel, why? What's in it for them, right? We have to make sure that when we're convening these people, that there are people that are interesting to them. And if there's not an interest in them, how do we make something attached to it interesting? If it ain't bringing Lil Baby, maybe it is there's a DJ with this afterwards, right? Or there's a party of some sort right before. Should you have to do that? No. But the reality is, who raised this generation? All right? So if you're mad that they come in and they don't want to be focused, who was their mamas and daddies? Okay? Who gave them the ability to make all these independent decisions that when they got to college, they was going to be so damn independent? Right? Because my parents are older. All right? My mom's 76, my dad is 79, so they was thrown off from the beginning. And I didn't really have a lot of options about what I could and couldn't do. I went to prayer with my mom at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? Monday through Friday. I went to church on Tuesday night for Bible study and Friday night for Bible study. I went to church on Sunday morning. And whether you wanted to go or not, you was going, right? That taught me obligation and responsibility, okay? Most of these young people don't have that. Mama went to church, kid got to fussing, you left them at home, right? You went to church. So those kids are on your college campus, all right? And unless you give them a carrot with the stick, they ain't coming. They ain't coming. So, and I would talk to your SGAs, your student government, and I would ask them specifically what are the students asking for that we can't give them in homecoming or this, and figure out how do you incentivize. If you can't bring somebody for every week, how do you incentivize the weeks that you can't bring somebody else that make it attractive for them to be there? If you go to X amount of these things and show your attendance through the full section, then you get access to this event that we're doing at the end of the month. All of that type of stuff gives a caveat that brings people in.
I think I want to give you a second this morning. Now, in respect to that, some of the things in which you mentioned require money. Baby ain't coming for free. DJ Envy ain't coming for free. So now we collectively have an obligation to ensure as alumni, supporters, and so forth, to donate so that we can allow our students to have the best and fullest experience in which they want, or that we desperately want them to have. Now, I have a little bit of privilege at my school. My president, Makola Abdullah, he allows me to do my thing, do what I need to do. But I also have to raise my own money to be able to provide the experiences that I need to. it's imperative that, again, if we say we want our students to be able to do A, B, and C, then we have to show them with our actions, our time, our talent, and most importantly, our treasures, as Dr. Steele said, the economics. We have to give back in order for us to allow them to have these experiences, because again, they're not free.
But let me say this.
Please.
It also has to be a priority. Right? You've clearly made this a priority into your institution, right? So if it's a priority, priorities have budget line. Priorities have a budget line.
Agreed.
We have a lot of institutions that we have budget lines for a lot of things that don't actually attract new students. If you want to be successful in attracting new students, I know a couple of professor salaries that can be decreased. I ain't talking about professors. I'm talking about professors who get appointments. No, we got to tell the truth about it.
Let me just say something, because you're saying a lot of great things, but I stated in my meeting over there that, you know, one of the challenges I have is that we lump all HBCUs together, and we cannot do that because they're state and private.
Two separate entities.
Two separate entities. So when you talk about competing priorities, when you think about private instruction versus state, my private faculty are making 2 times less than a state faculty. So well, let me just clear you up. I want you to be well educated about this. So when you look at private HBCUs, there are some faculty who work there and haven't had a raise in 5 years. So the competing priority, every nickel I get is because I've knocked on the door and asked somebody for it. So if I am putting a lot of money on these kinds of things, which I want to, the idea is excellent, and I have ways that I can get these people to my campus. I just didn't think about it that way, so thank you. But I want you to be very clear, crystal clear about what we can do with our budgets on the private side, because if Reed Hastings gave me $10 million and he did, he told me what to do with it.
Restricted funds.
Exactly, and I can't just go pay your baby. And when you said that, you know, 3 years, people want to see what you did with that money. If he told me put that in my endowment, that's where it's going to be.
That's not,
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that when you talk, think about us from, you know, I'm not SU, so I'm got way more money than you.
Okay,
And
I'm
so,
not,
but
you
the
already
idea
a
is
difference.
perfect.
You are a
Great
difference
idea.
because you're bringing them every week.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not the person I'm talking about. But the majority of our institutions do have more money to do this and don't. And we should be honest about that conversation. When we are in this conversation about HBCUs as a whole, we know that Dillard, Tougaloo don't have what Fisk, Morehouse, and Spelman have.
We don't have what?
The amount of money is what I'm saying. Okay? We know that you don't have the same money that these institutions have. What I'm talking about is, I know that institutions in this state spend a hell of a lot of money to bring in people for 1 weekend and don't bring nobody all semester. That happens every year. That Spring Fest and Homecoming might cost the institution $200,000 or $300,000, and you ain't brought nobody in this semester to speak. Right? Even Homecoming weekend, when you bring all the alumni in, right? Who do you have as a speaker series at Grambling, Southern, and these institutions that bring in all of those people that say, after this, we have a fundraising reception right now?
Speaker series are usually led by departments. So at VSU, we have an executive speaker series. It's through my department. We started it when I came. So one, you gotta have innovative persons on the ground to be able to say, this is what we need to do. Secondly, though, you also need to have budget items or a budget allotment to be able to sustain these executive speaker series. So I think that it's not necessarily a this or that. It can be an and or either or. And there's ways in which two things can be true. However, I still believe that, and I'm sorry, Morgan, I still believe that President's point is incredibly poignant. When we talk specifically, i.e. speaker series, the budgetary allotment, even from a public institution and private institution in Louisiana, Atlanta, Virginia, North Carolina, and so forth, they are so different that it makes things with other competing priorities very difficult to carry out these ideas. Hold on. So to that point, that's where I believe that influencers, i.e. me, you, Sean, whomever, we have to make concerted efforts to support our institutions, because in order for us to, again, bring these kind of opportunities, we have to have the money. I don't know how else we can get around that part, as Dr. Steele said. You have to have money to provide nice buildings, to go out and recruit, to bring in the best faculty. I cannot tell you how many times, and I'm not tooting no more, I just want to say this point. My president, we have conversations all the time. I know once a month, he's asked, how did you have West at your school? And not at UVA, which is supposed to be the flagship school of Virginia, or William and Mary, or one of these other schools. I made a conscious effort to be at that school. But why don't our institutions deserve to have the best faculty? Well, if you're competing at a private institution like Tougaloo, or let's say Stillman, or one of these others, and you have an esteemed professor, quote unquote, and this institution says that, well, I'm going to pay you $125,000, and this private institution says, well, I only can pay you $60,000. The esteemed professor, Nicole Hannah-Jones, for example, they're more than likely going to go to follow the bag because they too have research to do, they too have a family. So again, that's why we have to support. It's nuanced. That's my overarching point.
So I don't disagree, all right? Coach Prime ain't making what he could be making somewhere else.
Right, and he donated half the salary.
Half of us that are in some of these positions could take a little sacrifice. Okay? We got a lot of black folks with influence and degrees and stature that can take a little sacrifice and go contribute to these institutions the way they prime is.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell the truth. Okay? Now I know that there are people in my brain that if you ask us to come and do certain things, we would do it for far less than other folks. Right? We don't even get asked. Where we go?
It's valid. That's valid.
Right? If the conversation is not even being asked of certain people, would you come to this? Would you do X, Y, Z? When you get those people to come, do you always have to pay $5 for everybody?
No. Relationship.
Because people do care. Right. There are people out there who will do these things for a lesser rate. It might not be the rate. I just ask them to rate.
Right. My other leader, because that's my leader here too, my other leader said we got to wrap it up. I don't know if you want to provide some closing comments, Chairman.
Give it up to everybody here again. Dr. Steele, I can't say enough. Anytime I've called him anywhere, never asked, all right, what is it, you know, what are you going to give honoraries? He said, what time and where do I need to be? And that's the kind of leadership we've always had, and it makes it easy for me and so many of us who come from Atlanta. Many people call it Chocolate City South. Some call it the soul of America. But it's a place that has so many great civil rights leaders that have come through. And in this past, as we talk about social justice and everything else, we lost some great giants over the last year in Dr. C.T. Vivian, Reverend Joseph Lauer, Hank Aaron, who, again, we go back a little ways to Reverend James Orange. We have Zenona Clayton, who's there. We still have Ambassador Andrew Young. We can go down the list, and I'll make sure my children and grandchildren know about it because it's real history. When you can really talk directly to the individual. And I can't say enough about this young brother here. I tell you, Dr. Bellamy is one of the great talents in this nation. And it just motivates me, you know. He got a hit me when he said 76 and 78, being 72, I'm getting close to that. But so there's another place that says age is only a number of people. There you go. But again, this has been, we think, a phenomenal gathering of panelists that we've had all weekend, to our presidents and chancellors and provosts and alumni that are here. Many had to leave. My co-chair had to get back to work on a big old check that she's waiting over at Benedict. So unfortunately, Dr. Artis had to leave out early this morning to all of you commitment, but I do want you to understand why we get to stand in front. I've asked all of my team to come around front here, because to get these conferences together and all that. You know, sign the other thing. This team has been planning for months to make sure that we were prepared for today. And for some of you, I've told, the Atlanta market opened up so greatly that we couldn't find a hotel in Atlanta to host this, which is where we hosted it each year. So all I did is pick up my fraternity phone to my fraternity brother, and Michael Smith said, come on over to Northern, we'll take care of you. But that's been the kind of support. He's a graduate of Winston-Salem State University, but I think the point we've heard all through the 2 days here, we have alumni position all throughout this nation and internationally. We've got to use that talent. I heard that here. I heard that. But you can't let us off the hook. You know, one of the things that the late Dr. Miles Monroe always said, he was a phenomenal friend. He said the most valuable real estate in the world are the graveyards, where people went to their graves with so much talent, so much experience, and so much knowledge, and they took it with them. And so he said we have to die empty. And I challenge all of us every day when we get up, empty our lives. There are generations who follow us. These great institutions, when nobody else would let us in, they're the ones. When I graduated from high school, the only predominantly white institutions that wanted me was to come and play sports and play basketball. But the one thing, being in a segregated school system, we were taught in high school with over 80% of my teachers being HBCU graduates. They taught us that you have to compete academically, excellence without excuse. And that's what's happened over the years, and that's what we have to get back to the basics, is making sure our young folks understand excellence without excuse. And that's why I've had no reservations in sending all 5 of my children to HBCUs, Spelman, Fort Valley State University, the Fort Valley State, and will kick me out. Clark Atlanta University, 2 went to Fort Valley, and 1 went to Florida A&M University. And so I do that because I trust these great institutions. I send young children, and they come back, young men and young women. And so with that, we want to thank all of you for being here. September, we will have our next annual HBCU Summit. It will be in Atlanta during the Hall of Fame weekend. To the presidents and chancellors and all, and personnel, send us your nominations. Each year we don't think it could get any better than it does, because we got so many great graduates of our institutions. We got to hold them out. And I rest assured, when we put them out front and show our appreciation, that's when they'll open their checkbooks for the old ones. That's when they get to their Cash App and Zelle and everything else. They'll put the money back in, and even for me, even with the honorary doctor's degrees, I have scholarships. I got to get my Livingstone scholarship expanded over to Livingstone. We'll give back, we'll invest, because the doors of these great institutions have to be open. Because all of this, these myths about our students can go anywhere. They're either raising tuition, they're raising admission requirements. Our young people come there and they're mistreated on too many campuses, as we see what has been the results of residual of that racist president that we've had. Yes, I said racist president, Donald Trump. They've opened up the doors of racism in this nation, and our children are being mistreated. The other thing that I wanted to close with is that we, again, do the legacy lecture tours. If any of your campuses are interested in our tools, we bring many of the intellectual and the folks who are making a difference on the scene in this nation. and we bring them at no cost to HBCUs. So I want to say that, thank you to everybody. Thank you for being here. We hope that you will travel safe. Please give my team here another. And folks, this wraps up our 5th annual NSS Summit. And we're going to thank again the whole team. We're going to thank all of you. Travel safe back home. But remember the jewels you got from everything here. Let's go make sure that the doors of these great institutions will remain open. Thank you for coming.